It's almost showtime, y'all. Make sure y'all get them likes up, y'all. Get them likes up.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley. Shout out to Tej Hanley. It's too early. I can't believe it's time to get up already, but that's okay. A man's morning routine is everything. The first thing I do is I head to the washroom. My focus, brushing my teeth, my beard, and my skin. Tej Hanley, uncomplicated skincare for men, has changed my life. The face wash, the scrub, the super serum, the eye cream, the AM PM moisturizer has people giving me compliments left and right about my skin. At the beginning of each week, twice a week, I massage the scrub into my face, then I rinse. Every other day, I use the face wash. I put it into the palm of my hands, and I spread it evenly across my entire face and my head. The Tej face wash keeps the pores clean and also removes all oil. My favorite part about Tej Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining an amazing skin easy. And because Tej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tej Hanley for the best possible price, but they also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. All right, it's go time. It's showtime, y'all. Yo, what's going on, y'all? Welcome to King Talk on the Lapeef Network. Let me introduce the crew. We got Rilla. We got Humble Dad. We got Trill, Shan, Shiki, me, myself, and Lapeef J.I. Welcome to King Talk on the Lapeef Network. How you gentlemen doing? How y'all doing?
Real good, man.
What's the word, family?
Man,
What up?
Y'all kind of quiet over there.
Yeah.
My favorite day of the week. This is my favorite day of the week. This is better than a Friday for me.
Oh, yeah? Kind of getting a little echo on that end, Rilla.
On my end?
That's better now.
Yeah.
All right. It's good to see you guys again. You know what time it is. It's Tuesday. It's King Talk. So we about to ready to get into some good shit, man. How was y'all weekend? It was good. I don't think I seen y'all since, last Tuesday, right? I seen Trill on Thursday.
I had a good weekend. I had a real good weekend.
Oh, okay.
You want to tell us about it?
Oh, yeah. I forgot what happened last
Remember last Tuesday?
Yeah. Yep.
Y'all don't start today. Don't start.
I'm just saying. I mean,
Don't start.
It was a whole bunch of,
I don't know what y'all talking about. I really don't.
The ramen.
Don't know what y'all talking about, man.
Yeah. That's what's up, man. I'm going to get the show started since y'all all dry. I don't know what that's about. Maybe because Ricky ain't here. Is that what it is? You know, my buddy effect.
Well, he
Right.
Right. There you go. Or maybe y'all just excited to see Rilla. I know Rilla wasn't here last week, so.
Hey man, life is good. I'm back at work, punching the clock. but it was good to have a week off to celebrate and recoup.
Okay.
Why'd you have a week off?
Oh man, I had to go handle a couple of things last Tuesday, man. Had to handle a couple of things last Tuesday, Shan.
I see you, home.
Had to handle something light, Shan.
That's what I'm talking about.
Something light, Shan. We had to make it official like a referee whistle.
Salute to Rilla, man. That's a good thing.
Hello, family.
Glad to have you. Before we get the show started again, shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley. Make sure you guys click that link that's in the description. We are also live April 23rd. Crew season will be in the building. Humble Dad, Shan. Chick, you say you're not coming, right? That's some bullshit. Anyway, I'm sorry. Did that come out loud? Damn. Anyhow, we'll be live April 23rd. That link is pinned to the top of the chat, so make sure you guys click that. Somebody asked me today about the hotel. Information about the discounted hotel that is in the description as well on Eventbrite. So make sure you click that, and that's how you get your discount. Come on down, have a good time, become part of history. Green Gang, I see you guys. What you
Cheeky, why Cheeky not pulling up? He was just like, no, I ain't coming.
Because Cheeky got an apprenticeship he trying to keep.
Ain't it over the weekend, or is it during the week?
If you're not holding the job, he can just take the day off, take a vacation day.
Man, y'all trying to get me fired if I get hired. What are y'all doing?
No, it's like you already part of the union already. Like I already checked already.
Man, no.
That's all right. Yeah, get that money, man. Go
That's
ahead,
cool,
get
man. Just say she ain't gonna let you, man. It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, I mean, we understand this.
It
we
ain't
understand.
Hey.
You said
do
no,
what I want.
Oh, okay.
I do what I want.
Mm-hmm. I can already tell you don't the way you said that.
Oh man, you reading too hard. It's okay though. We're gonna talk about it.
Come on, Cheek. Pull up, Cheek.
Yeah, man. Come on, pull up, man. Look at that link just dropped for you. Look at that, man. It's in the description. Go ahead, man. Anyhow, man, hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. It's gonna be a great show, man. A great conversation that we're about to ready to have. Make sure you subscribe to the channel while you at it. Let's get this show started, man. So this topic came up on Sage Talk. Was this past Sunday. It was an interesting conversation amongst the men, and something came up about the black male image, particularly suits. That was part of the conversation. There was a lot going on, so I thought it was very valuable for us to break that conversation down because it's something that we see every day, and I kind of want to get an understanding, get some different perspectives. Have a civilized conversation about it. So let's go ahead and get this started. But before we dive deep into it, we got to warm up to it. So the first question I have for you guys is, how do we recognize people of power? How do we recognize people of power? I need a Jeopardy thing going on.
I know. Listen, I know Shan really thinking. I know Shan really, the wheels in his mind is turning. And here's what I'm thinking, Shan. Prior to, think about maybe early 90s or mid 90s hip hop, when there was a lot more entrepreneurship involved. Prior to that, most businessmen you saw, even in the entertainment field, they wore suits, right? It wasn't really casual until you get to that age of Diddy, Rockefeller.
You talking about power?
Power.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And so
I heard you say suits.
Yeah, well, I'm saying there was a dress code for anybody of power, and you mostly seen those people visually. When you recognize somebody, appearance is everything. So I can't say a person of power is built a certain way. I can't say they're a certain height. There's not a height requirement for power, right? But I do look immediately at the way that they're dressed is going to give you some indication of what level of power either they aspire to get to or potentially what type of power they have. Then you start, once you look at them visually, then you start breaking down. Like if you like for me, when I come into a room, I casually observe and I see how people move. And you see, sometimes you'll see a person of power just really laying low in the really low cut. They low in the cut. They not trying to be seen. They don't want no conversation. But then you got other people who are social butterflies and they moving and shaking. But the first thing you see is how they dressed. At least for me, the first thing you look at is their appearance. Are they groomed? Are they neat? You know, what type of clothes are they wearing? And I know today it's more popular, like the more casual dress for men and women. It's more casual, so on and so forth. But the traditional sense of how the first one of the key elements that you're gonna recognize a person of power, they groomed, they well kept, and most of the time is business attire.
Okay. What you got on it, Humble Dad? How do you recognize people of power, in your opinion?
Well, for me, I was thinking about this dude I used to work for when I was at a call center, and he never wore a suit, but everybody in the building had to wear one. We had to wear ties and jackets sometimes, but when he walked into the building, he was wearing like in a golf outfit, right? So I couldn't necessarily say that I saw it as what he wore, but his demeanor and how he came into the building. When he came into the building, everybody recognized who he was, even if they were new people. Because what would happen is he would get all this attention, and then people would say, "Who is that? Who is that?" They would say, "Well, that's the boss. That's the dude that owns this place." But I can definitely understand the perspective of what a person may wear, right? But I would say I recognize power based on how people would receive that individual, not necessarily about what they wear.
Okay, how they receive them. Gotcha. What about you, Shan? How you recognize people of power, in your opinion?
Primarily demeanor and an ability to captivate a room. So, you know, kind of like what Rilla was saying, but it can go a lot of different ways. Like I think I told you guys a story that time that and this is 20 years ago, right? This is before Red Table Talk, entanglements, and open relationships. This is back when Will Smith was doing like Wild Wild West, Men in Black. He was still doing music videos. And so we would have these different media events here in Los Angeles for whatever reason. It could be a record release party, it could be a movie release party, some kind of red carpet. And I remember one time that Will Smith came into the room, and it's a room full of people, full of executives, people, plenty of money, plenty of power, everybody mixing and mingling. But Will Smith stepped in the room, and it seemed like he sucked the air out of the room, bro. And everybody focused on him. And the weird thing about it was, and this is the weirdest part, was that it seemed like Will was looking at everybody in the room individually. It's like he locked it. He had this charisma that allowed him to lock his eyes on everybody. We talking about 100 people in the room, but he seemed to have he stood taller, even though he wasn't taller. He stood taller than everybody else in the room, and his demeanor, the way his chest was out and his shoulders was back, the way he smiled, the way he shook his hands with different people, the way he moved through the room showed that he was comfortable. Nobody could tell him anything. And it felt like he had a lot of power. And the thing about it is the project that the purpose of that particular event had nothing to do with Will Smith. He was a guest. So like Humble Dad said, when somebody walks into the building, everybody has to wear a suit. Everybody has to wear business dress. This guy comes in with a polo shirt, some golf slacks, walks through the building. Like can't nobody tell him anything. It's a difference. It's also like that movie, I forget the name of it, where he's a billionaire and he was stealing paintings in San Francisco. I forget the name of it. They remixed it.
Oh, the Crown Thomas Affair.
The Thomas Crown Affair.
Yeah.
In the opening scene in the Thomas Crown Affair, the new one with Pierce Brosnan, he stepped into the elevator. And somebody had an attitude. It was like, well, does this guy think he owns the place? And the bellboy said, yeah, he does. He owns the building. And he gave this smirk like, say something else. And the guy was like, bow down to him. So power for me to recognize it from a distance is typically the demeanor of the individual that I'm in the presence of. How do they walk? Do they walk with confidence? Do they look like it doesn't matter what anybody says? I'm going to do, get, and say what I want. So that's how I recognize it. I typically like to present myself that same way, and just like have you guys ever heard that Nipsey Hussle, before he died, he was talking about gang banging, and he was saying whenever he had to go out and do a mission, or anybody in the gang had to go out and do a mission, they would always target another gangbanger by the way he moved. So they see the one guy walking down, it'd be midnight in the hood, walking, they driving through the hood and snip, and others would look when they're going out to do a mission. And if a little square dude's walking down the street, they ignore him. So old man walking down the street, just going home from work, they'd ignore him. But if they see another dude that moves like Nip, that walks like a gangster, that's prowling through the neighborhood with a pimp in his walk, and based on his dress, they say, okay, that's the op. So you'd know it when you see it. It's the same way when it comes to success. Successful people could typically see other successful people without talking to them, whether they're wearing a suit or wearing a golf outfit. It's how they move. It's how they look. It's the demeanor that they have, because they could recognize themselves in other people.
Okay. Trey, what you got on this, man? How do you recognize people of power in your opinion?
I feel like you recognize people of power by how others move around them, how they shift gravity. Simple and plain. I think clothing, or like how you dress, it could be hit or miss. Because some people with power, say like a Warren Buffett or Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos, somebody like that, unless they at a gala or something, you're not gonna really see them dressed up. You're gonna see them in a white T-shirt with no name on it, whatever the case may be, mobbing with some sandals, hopping out of something nondescript. It's not gonna be a crazy Rolls Royce or nothing wild like that. But when they pull up and they just walk in and just doing them, and you'll never know until you see how other people around them start to fold or start to act. You know what I'm saying? But again, there are some people who wear their power on their sleeve. You got some people that wear suits everywhere. Say like a Steve Harvey or something back in the day, or whatever the case may be. Every time you see him, he's in a suit, and he moves a certain way, he talks a certain way, a certain confidence, a certain bravado. So I mean, it's so many different types of power. The only thing consistent that I can point to is, again, the deference that everybody around that person pays to them. It's just like in the club or whatever. Like, it'd be time the owner of the club would be walking through the club. This is a club full of black folks, so it's diamond chains everywhere, it's Jordans everywhere. You know how we do in terms of trying to show off like we got money, or if we got money, we trying to show it off. Like the owner of the club come through there with a regular button up, probably like a Arab dude or whatever the case may be, and he just at the bar sipping drinks, whatever, and you will be looking at him like, who is this dude? But then you'll see like certain people who do have influence, they get around him and they have deference toward him. Almost not necessarily bowing, but like, paying him his respect. And it's like, oh, okay, who is that? Oh, yeah, he the owner. Oh, okay. Well, I would have never knew that if I didn't see somebody bow to him. You know what I'm saying? So again, I don't really put so much stock in how people dress as far as recognizing power. I put more stock in how people around them act.
Yeah, Trey, I think that's a good point. I think several of you guys made that point, as far as it's all depends on how people are responding to them. I know I've been in certain spaces where it just looked like they was very familiar with what was going on with the space. That was another indication that they must be somebody, because the way they moving, like they know where everything is. They really ain't saying too much. They got a mission. So either they work there, or either they just got the power there. I want to ask you guys a question before I get to Cheeky, and I'll come to you next. If you didn't see people around them react, would you be able to recognize anybody just walking down the street that had power? Anybody that was in the room? If it wasn't nobody there, you just walked in, would you be able to recognize that they had power?
I think you can kind of have a good idea, but you wouldn't be able to tell for sure. Because again, certain people, even people that are in high position, you look at like a Mark Zuckerberg, he has no swagger at all. A Warren Buffett, he has no swagger at all. So if he's walking down the street, he's kind of, shoulders hunched over. It's not really confidence in how he moves. He's just getting to where he got to go to. But then there's certain people, again, like I said before, that just have a certain laissez-faire, none of this stuff really impresses me, bravado about them. So again, it would be hard to tell, but I think you can kind of guesstimate or make a good guess, but you couldn't say for certain. I don't feel that way.
Yeah, I think it'd be hit or miss. I mean, I was thinking the same thing. I can't remember his name, but he owns Tesla. Like he doesn't. He even said that he
So Elon.
Elon
yeah,
Musk.
Elon Musk. He even said that he's like awkward. You know what I'm saying? So him walking into the room, you wouldn't necessarily know. He seems like an ordinary guy to me. Outside of just listening to him, I'm just saying just how he looks. I wouldn't be able to say that he was like had a position of power. So that's just my take, though.
Yeah, I think what Trill used, because you really got me thinking with that example that he used about the club owner. I think about AG in Atlanta. And when you see him, he's not, he's still fairly young. He's not like an old Arab dude or nothing like that, but he'll have a Yankee fitted on, a white polo shirt, some all white sneakers, a decent watch, or probably a nice watch by now, but he's really unassuming and super quiet. But you do notice the people around. So when staying on that example, JR, when you said that if you took people away, would you still be able to tell? And I would just think AG is another part. Like if I just saw him walking down the street or nobody was, I wouldn't know. And that's what I'm saying. I think it's a lot of people in positions of power. You do have some that are extroverts, but then for those who are more reserved and just low key, and they just low key. And I think I do agree, one of the key indicators is that you tell by how people move around them. But for me, I'm a visual cue. So the first thing I'm paying, like even I was just at an art show the other day, and I'm paying more attention to the people that were in suits. And it didn't give me a clear indication of power, but it did give me some type of indication of who to pay attention to in that particular space for that time that I was there.
Okay. Cheeky, I'm coming to you, sir. How do you recognize people of power, in your opinion?
So typically through it'll typically be through movement, their mindset, and then their influence. I think they all are synonymous in a sense. I think a lot of people who tend to be powerful tend to, be very mentally diverse and very mentally, eclectic. They have so many different things to pull from and so many different experiences to where people are drawn to their mind and also how they think. And, sometimes you can be so enthralled with people that, it doesn't matter how they move because you're caught up with who they are. So like for a good example would be Elon Musk. He is very awkward, but you know what he does because of his mind, and his mind has been able to produce some very, very powerful products. And so, somebody can overlook the awkwardness because of what his mindset is and his influence on technology and his influence on the market itself from every aspect. So those are the three things typically: movement, mindset, and influence.
Gotcha. Our next follow-up question is, what comes to mind about the black male ego and power? When I say black male ego and power, what comes to mind? Humble Dad.
Man, the black male ego and power. Okay, I think you said in power, but what comes to mind, it just really depends on this, who it is. Like, if we talk about somebody like in a position of power, like Barack Obama, I mean, he had a swagger to himself. He had the vernacular down to be able to connect with certain people, and so he had a charismatic, I would say. There's somewhat of a charismatic approach to black men in certain situations, but then you have individuals that are laid back with their power. You can't really can't tell necessarily what it is that they're thinking. So they're kind of unassuming. So I would say they're kind of diverse. It just really depends on the circle of where the leader is.
All right. What about you, Trail? What comes to mind about black male ego and power?
I think oftentimes black males let our ego get in the way of us attaining power. I think that's the first thing that came to my head. A lot of black dudes really walking around here will rather spend more effort looking like I have power than actually putting the work in to attain power. And I feel like that's one of the things that kind of keeps us from reaching our full potential. We so worried about outside perception, so worried about looking good. That's why you got people that are walking around here with $20,000 Cuban links on and don't have tip 5,000 in their bank account, or driving, 500 Benz, living with your moms with no investments, or whatever the case may be. But again, it's all about perception. It's all about showy in terms of ego. Again, so much so that it gets in the way of us attaining real power. Because while we spending all of that effort looking like we made it or looking like we are powerful, other people are actually putting the work in to attain real power. And that's why they are constantly ahead of us, if we're going to keep it G. So that's what comes to mind.
I got you. What about you, Cheeky, sir? What comes to mind about the black male ego and power?
I think the saying is absolute power corrupts absolutely. I think that applies to everyone, but since we're specific on black men in particular, I think about misguided power. I think about the Al Sharptons. I think about the church leaders that we have. I think about the African leaders that, if we're taking it outside of the United States, the African politics and corruption in that. I think about those things. And then, I think about the good things as well, which would be like the Martin Luther Kings, the Malcolm X's. But, that kind of power tends to be suppressed fairly quick just because of how much power it really is. So, what comes to mind about the ego side of it is it's too big. And that's what gets in the way of the power. Because you can't have both and be successful. You can't have a huge ego and a huge amount of power, because you just do egotistical things with the power. But if you have a humble, if you're a humble leader, or a leader who keeps his ego in check, that means you probably have counselors. That means you probably have guidance, and you listen to them. So that's kind of the things that I think about in regards to the black male ego and power.
Can I ask, like, who would you say are currently the black male leaders in power?
So the ones that are the black male leaders in power would probably be our rappers and athletes. And I think that's just a cultural thing more than it is a selected choice. I don't think anyone threw their name in the hat to be that person. I just think it happens that way. But if you want to go outside of the realms of maybe entertainment, you could look at politicians like Ben Carson if you choose to research and look and see what he's done with his life. You can look at people like Thomas Sowell. You can look at whoever you want to, and that's the thing about leadership. You choose your leader, and so as a whole, black people tend to choose the rappers and the athletes, but there's so much more to the blackness or black leadership than rappers and athletics. But that's just something that we as a people have to decide to choose. Again, that's a mentality thing.
Chicago, really, what comes to mind? Go ahead, Shan, my bad.
No, I was just thinking he had mentioned rappers, but I think that that leads back to a conversation we had about 2 months ago, man. Power versus influence. And it made me think, I think the rappers and entertainment, I think they got the influence, but not necessarily power. I just my personal opinion. Remember, power is the ability to almost like
move the needle.
To make somebody do something, whereas influence, affects somebody's behavior, makes them want to, you need influencers to get them to buy something, but power will make them buy it. But I hear you, Chicky. That's what's up. Go ahead, Rilla.
Well, I know Humble Dad asked about the black leaders, and Cheeky responded. Did anybody else you guys know any black?
Yeah, when Cheeky was responding, it actually, when I think about Atlanta, if I was to, because I don't disagree with you totally that when you use the analogy again about rappers, one of the key rappers I think is a great leader in Atlanta and in the position of power is Killer Mike.
Mike.
He's a business owner. He's plugged in locally with the government, right? So he's able to take meetings and get in front of people and on both sides of the aisle. Remember, he got skewered down there for meeting with the governor, Brian Kemp.
Candace Owens. Yeah, and Candace Owens.
He got skewered for that. And they acted like that man didn't put 3 prominent barbershops down there. But that's what I was thinking about as you was responding, Cheeky, and then when Humble Dad posed that question, and even what Shan was saying is, for me, most of the time, your local business leaders, like if you think on a national scale, other than elected politicians, I don't think there are a bunch of powerful male leaders. I mean, powerful businessmen. I think about Robert Frederick Smith. I think about John Rogers with Area Mutual Funds. But these are powerful business leaders. But outside of politicians on a national scale, I can't really think of many. But locally, and especially with me being back here in Chicago, I think about Corey Gilkey from Leaders and what he's doing in the city and almost single-handedly rebuilding Bronzeville. I don't think you're going to find many leaders of prominence and influence outside of that local business community. But I could be off.
I can't really think of any, to be honest, because even those people you named, a lot of them have bosses. A lot of them have people that they can answer to, or a lot of them are one wrong decision from being canceled compared to other people that we know get all kind of leeway at least to make all kind of mistakes and call people racial slurs and things of that nature, and they just get to go on about business the next day like nothing happened. But that don't really work for us. So, and again, I think it goes back to the influence piece. I think the difference between influence and power is influence takes convincing. Power is just, it is what it is. Deal with it. You don't have to agree. I don't have to change your mind or nothing. If I say, this is gonna happen tomorrow, it's gonna happen tomorrow. Period. I think that's the difference. And I don't feel like we as a people have anybody that's that powerful. If you get to thinking about like even Barack Obama, a lot of initiatives that he wanted to get passed, he couldn't. Why? Because he didn't have real power. He's an elected official. He's controlled by Congress. I can't just wake up and say, you know what? I want to pass laws today to enrich all HBCUs. Or, hey, I want to pass laws today that's going. No. He has to get it approved. So those people don't have real power. I think the people, the black people that have power, we don't know them. They are low key. They are
they're not popular. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. They are self-made. They created something out of nothing. They don't have a boss. They can wake up and continue to accumulate money. As a matter of fact, they would rather be low key, because if we be honest, most people are the black leaders, quote unquote leaders, that we propel to the top. They only at the top for a short time before we end up tearing them down in some kind of way. Us, not even other races. We're gonna keep it G. Look at a Malcolm X. You look at a Martin Luther King. You look at all of these people that were pushed to the forefront to be our leaders. We tore them down. MLK gets glamorized today, but when he was alive, a lot of us didn't like him. Malcolm X, we already know how that turned out. So I mean, you just get to running it down the line and realize, even the most powerful people, some of the people we thought was most powerful, they got stripped of their power at an instant with a bullet or a gunshot or a bad decision, or us being just spiteful and jealous and tearing each other down, or jail.
Or put them in jail, blind, old, on some 40-year-old Quaalude.
Yeah,
right. So again, when we get to talking about which of us have real power, I really can't think of anybody that's just untouchable like that.
That's why I was asking the question, because I couldn't think of anybody.
Somebody said Louis Farrakhan. Would you guys agree?
No.
He'd be dead by now.
Power?
And I think I think we may be. So let me ask you this: if we don't know anybody black, right? Then name another ethnicity using the same criteria that y'all are saying, that they have absolute power, don't have a boss, can't be fired, unbossed and unbought. Who are the counterparts?
Probably Mark Zuckerberg.
I think Elon Musk. he said a lot of crazy stuff, and nothing has really
I
happened.
think
Jeff Bezos.
Because the scenario that I use, and I'm wondering, Shane, your input, because if you're a business leader in your city, if you own a business, you're down there at the city council meetings. You're in this instance, you have to politic and connect with the alderman before you can even get the permit or the license to do certain things, right? And if you really have a certain amount and a certain level, in Chicago, one of the most gangster political cities in the country, I think Chicago, Boston, and New York, probably the top 3 gangster political cities. And so you got to do a lot of politicking and networking. But then you see when people get into these spaces, and this is just my experience, and some of it's anecdotal with the observable eye, is that those people that are in those positions are taking meetings and having conversations are able to affect change on some level. That is a form of power.
It is. So there's levels to it, Rilla. And when we say we can't think anybody, we can't really think anybody on the levels of these white guys, right? Everybody that everybody's naming is this billionaire who owns this billion-dollar company, right? And then he can hire lobbyists to go to Washington to lobby something to have a law put in place that will benefit said company.
Or
right?
Shane, real quick, not to even cut you off. I just named somebody else, the Rothschild family. But continue.
Rothschild, yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? The Bilderbergers. I mean, we can go on and on and on when it comes to that level of power internationally, right?
And what percentage of what percent? But see, when we say that though, and I apologize, Shane, honestly, but when we say that though, Trill, then we're really talking about 1%, 5%. And I think I'm just looking at the conversation different because I'm also thinking locally.
Right. And that's what I was saying. So there's levels to it, right? So if we start talking about that level with people that we've never heard of, and that's exactly what Trill said. We've never even heard these names and whatnot. And even in the white name, I mean, you realize Viacom and you start saying, well, damn, this company owns this, and this. I thought these people was competing. They actually all the money that comes in to one big bank account, right? For the larger companies, but even still, there's levels to it. So there are some black people of power, right? And you can listen, Kanye West, he owns 100% of Yeezy, which is a multi-billion-dollar company. You know, he has power. He has the ability to buy. He's making changes in Chicago. You know, but is it international? That's a different thing. Byron Allen, who owns the Weather Channel, and a host of other things, you know, and he took it all the way to the Supreme Court suing Comcast, you know, to a degree, Oprah Winfrey, Magic Johnson, Tyler Perry. There's people with power that can go to their local governments and influence change locally. That it does actually happen, but where Trill is coming from, that'll work over there, but it don't have nothing. It works over in Atlanta, but it ain't got shit to do with California. Who could make something happen in Atlanta, California, Texas, New York, Chicago, and Little Rock, Arkansas? That's black. And then that number, those names start to slowly disappear. You know, I could come out here and say Dr. Dre, who's over here making changes at USC, and everybody was mad when he gave USC $11 million instead of an HBCU. You know, he sold beats to Apple, and he's still, you know, Aftermath is still up under the other record label above him. I forget the name, but Interscope. But Dre has power, but is it global power? The way the Rothschilds is, the way the Bilderbergs is, the way the Goldsteins, the Bernsteins, and the Roth, and you know, and all the Steens. Not necessarily.
And the thing is that they're all coming from an ethnic background, which is Jewish. So it's even Mark Zuckerberg himself is Jewish as well. So I mean, that's why I said Mark Zuckerberg, because it doesn't just stop with him. It's like a bloodline or a ethnic group that has that kind of power. And I didn't mention Elon Musk because Elon Musk is South African and Jeff Bezos is a white American. But the one that stands out is the one who's associated with wealth and ethnicity, which is Jewish. Like I don't, there is no other. Rothschild, Jewish. Everything you just named, Jewish. Everything. So it's like That's what I think about when I think about absolute power. When you have an entire ethnic group owning everything. When it comes to music, Jewish, like everything.
Yeah, because if you don't, because we don't have a distribution company. We got all the record labels in the world. We can make the music, but do we have international distribution? We always got to find the three majors. Sony Music, BMG, Universal, and so it's like, well, who runs those? Not nobody with my complexion. So, and if they say shelve that project, they'll shelve that project. But then you got other people that's switching to the independent. So you got Kanye West. I think I mentioned him, who had Kanye West, believe it or not, has power. He said, I'm not releasing Donda 2 on nothing. Apple Music, he had a deal with Apple Music. He told Apple Music, screw you. Apple Music pulled a $5 million deal. They was like, okay, well, no problem. If you're not going to release this on Apple Music, because Apple Music was like, we'll take it later.
I think it was in the hundreds. I think it was in the hundreds.
Was it in the 100 millions?
I think so.
I thought it was just 5.
Yeah, and 2 million is a low ball for Kanye. No, that's very low for Kanye.
He took a loss, right?
I might be off.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of advances.
Somebody in the chat somebody in the chat gonna probably put it up if y'all know what that deal was. Because I think it was 100 million. Aaron said it was
from Apple alone.
Was that 100 million from Apple alone? Chat?
That's a lot. But okay, I'm not here to knock. I'm in film, not music, so I don't know what I'm. That just seems a lot for just one particular outlet. Unless it was going to be specifically.
No, it would have been multi-tiered and multi-layered and would have included a few other things.
The point is, Kanye said no, and Apple couldn't do nothing about it. And nobody could
Aaron
stop
said
it.
Yes, it was from Apple alone.
Oh, okay, cool. So it was an exclusive, and he said no. That's powerful to still release his album the way he did. I bought the stem player. I sent Kanye
That's
$200.
What you're thinking about. He made like 2 million in X amount of hours off that deal. Well, off that.
No, I ain't thinking about that. I'm thinking about when Apple pulled out because he wouldn't release it over there, and then he wanted to do it on the stem player. But the point I think we're all making is black. I think that was the side question that Humble Dad had. Who can we name that's black or African American, ADOS, whatever, that is powerful in America? Sectors, individuals in their local in Texas and in Florida, and what does Diddy got going on versus what about Birdman? And we can all name these individuals. Rick Ross. We can name these individual people, but who has power to influence multi-states? Who has power to who would get subpoenaed by Congress to discuss some shit? That's black. That's the question.
Wait, so again, I said Robert F. Smith.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm. Well, yeah, but he sold BET. He got rid of it.
Not Bob Johnson.
Oh,
Robert F. Smith.
I'm tripping.
He's the
brother that paid all the tuitions,
Morehouse. Right?
Somebody said Akon.
He's the brother that paid all the. No, not Akon.
Maybe in Africa, Akon light up his whole city.
Yeah, he took a loan from China. That's just not Akon, but yeah, Robert F. Smith, exactly. He came in, he's a billionaire, and he just knocked that. Now I think he's even doing something else in addition to that and continuing that. He's building on what he did with that, but he's still just a businessman, and I'm not sure what he's doing that's on a large scale outside. We all know him for that particular move. Did we know him prior to that? So that's but again, like Trill said, do we need to know? Do we need to know him?
Wait.
Yeah, the criteria is rough. Well, the criteria is high because of.
This is what I'm saying. So we say people of power, you typically don't know much about them. You don't know, the real power we don't know. When I say Robert F. Smith, because you guys did introduce on a national scale who would be subpoenaed to Congress to talk about some stuff. And his exact business, he's in what you call it, fintech. I think he's like an investor. His company, his primary company is around investments. So when you talk about doing stuff with the SEC, right? When you talk about the ability to influence, and I forget exactly what's from. It's like, I don't know, some like Delaware or something like that. That is one of the brothers. But I think the bigger point, what you guys are talking about when we talked about the counterparts who aren't black, is that we were talking families. When you said the Rothschilds, the Rothsteins, the Bernsteins, all of the Steins, so on and so forth, the Bilderbergs, all of the Bergs, you know, this new generation of or first wave millionaire billionaires. I mean, you know, the Zuckerbergs and so on and so forth. Even with what they have, they're establishing a lineage and legacy which will go through families, right? And I think ultimately that's where the focus has to come back to. If you remember that clip from LeVar Ball, he was he was doing that interview and telling his sons, like, man, you know, it's individually, you can have this here, you have this, you had it, you had it, but we bring it all back together and as a family.
He's mad at his sons for that, right? Any kind of upset with them because they kind of getting influenced by everybody else. And he's like, yo, he's like, come on.
All right, Real, I know I was on you next, sir. What comes to mind about black male ego and power?
I know everybody was saying that, you know, I know you guys were saying unhealthy ego, but I think, you know, I'm looking at Genius. I'm looking at the Kanye documentary. And when you look at the ego that he had that drove him to the level of success that he's seeing, when I think about the black male ego and you see people that are successful, when you think about Reginald Lewis, right? And I'm talking about a lot of businessmen, a lot of, my opinion, powerful businessmen and leaders for their time and what they were able to accomplish. You have to have a healthy amount of ego. An overinflated ego, I don't think serves you any real purpose. And I think that's what y'all was talking about in terms of their downfall. But when I think about the black male ego and power, I look at people who were or are successful and what they all had in common, that there was a healthy ego to be able to get in the fight and compete. If you read Reginald Lewis' book, Why Should White Men Have All the Fun, or White Guys Have All the Fun, it's a phenomenal book. It's a phenomenal book. And the competitive drive and the amount of ego that man had to have to compete at that level to acquire Beatrice Foods. I mean, you know, I think there has to be a balance. But even when we think about some of the people that we see today that are successful, I think there has to be a healthy balance of ego in order to be able to achieve and maintain power.
All right. Shan, what about you? What comes to mind about the black male ego and power?
I'm almost ashamed. I was hoping, like, hope JR don't ask me, because I
come on.
You know, it's almost like I run to a pessimistic side. Really, why did I jump straight to blaxploitation films in the 70s? When why did I jump straight to Truck Turner and Superfly and Undercover Brother, Dolomite, and One Down, Two to Go? I don't know why I went straight there. When you know, when it comes to black male ego and power, I jumped straight to the blaxploitation films of the 70s, man, that we grew up on. You know, and it speaks to a little bit of what Trill was saying, man. I agree with Trill. It's like, yo, we got a lot. There's a lot of pompous, egotistical, unwarranted, power hungry, self-given, self-titled brothers that is fueled by pop culture, lies, and music. And we have to stop faking the funk, stop faking it till we make it, stop looking like we got it and don't really have it. I think Trill used an example of you know, he got a $50,000 chain but don't have 5 in the bank. You know, he's pushing a Maybach. Pushing a Maybach, but he sleeps on his auntie's sofa. You know, fake Gucci belts and whatnot. If you in the club scene out here in LA, it's real big. That's what I think we talked about last week. I had friends. I used to clown people that would be taking them pictures with a cigar in their mouth, brothers. You know, but you know, they real life. It's like you're nothing. Why are you taking pictures for Facebook or YouTube? I mean, for the gram, with a cigar in your mouth, like you balling out like that, like you really smoke $50 cigars. You don't do that. You took a puff of your homeboy's cigar that's not even in the photo right now. So when I think of black male ego, I think it's inflated oftentimes, but to a degree, it's kind of good. Sometimes we need to have that, and that's what makes us so animated. That's what makes us such a electric culture. of people. That's why everybody wants to be us. They see us. That's why we're copied worldwide. That's why we're known worldwide. You know, if you go to other nations and other countries, you'll see that Black men are copied in the way they don't want to be us, but they want to be us. You know, and a lot of it comes from our music again and whatnot. But sometimes us ourselves, we need to kind of get that under control so we can get somewhere, because it's all fake and it's an illusion. And if we ain't really got nothing, if our net worth is $5 and the women's net worth is -$5, then what does that matter? It ain't real power. We're acting like we think it's power because we got on some fresh white J's and got a crispy haircut, and you don't have no money in the bank. You don't even have an insurance plan. You don't even have, you driving around dirty. License is suspended or your car's not registered. Check engine light is on and your tires are bald, but you acting like you got it going on, and we need to stop doing that. So when I think of Black male ego, I think we need to get it under control and start working. And that's why I'm happy to a degree when I hear Cheeky say he's not coming to the event, because the brother said, I believe Cheeky's in his 20s, you know, but as soon as he said, oh no, I got an intern to knock out. Done. If he would have said, no, I'm chilling with my girl, I'd have a problem. He said, no, I got an intern.
I gotta get to the money.
No, I can't come. I want to come party with you guys. I want to have fun. I want to come to the event. I want to go to the after party. I want to eat. I want to toss them back. I want to take some photos and all of that. But I got some things I got to take care of while I'm 25, so I can be who I need to be while I'm 30. That's what I'm talking about. I wish that was taught to more brothers my age when we were in our 20s. And so people like Cheeky is who is not taking that Black male ego to a level that's detrimental to his future. So I'm happy for brothers like him. I just hope it happens more often and we start teaching more young people that way and start making this Black male ego relax a little bit and use it to our benefit.
But when y'all do come to Atlanta, you know what I'm saying, that's a different situation. You know what I'm saying? The kid right here.
Anton still had an intern though.
Yeah, but at least I'll be at home. Like, look, man, I'm an old man at heart. 10 o'clock is my bedtime. Y'all be pushing the limits with me.
No, I ain't pushing the limits, man. I seen you out there, cat. You can't fool me. Make sure you guys get the likes up, man. I'm getting word that likes down. Get the likes up. The next topic is what's on the thumbnail. How important is the Black male image when it comes to success? How important is the Black male image when it comes to success? Trill?
I think it's super important, and more so for the ease in which doors open. I think for us to gain real power, right, there are a lot of doors that we got to get through. And if our image is wrong, then we'll get bogarted out of them. It's based on simply that. You know, it's a bunch of talented dudes walking around here, but are just not self-aware, you know, in terms of like being well groomed or being well dressed. You know, I got homeboys that go to interviews, or they went to interviews back in the day and like rock or wear jeans and a polo and then wonder why you don't get the job. It's just like, fam, like you like we not paying enough attention to what is going to require to get through these doors. Now, once you get through these doors and you get the power that we chasing, then you can do what you want to do. Just like a Mark Zuckerberg walking around in your flip-flops to business meetings.
What was they wearing?
You said
what was they wearing? What?
Bro, rockaware jeans and like plain white polo tops.
What?
To interviews. Straight up. Because again, like especially
and they got the job.
No, didn't get the job. Didn't wonder why they didn't get the job. Now they back on the block. That's another conversation for another day. But I think in our neighborhoods, like we get fed or we praise the wrong type of imaging, and it's not by choice. I think we just don't have a lot of successful examples of what we should quote unquote look like while trying to attain power, right? Like I say it all the time, my neighborhood, we didn't have doctors, we didn't have lawyers, we didn't have professors. There wasn't that. There was refinery workers, there was drug dealers, there was athletes. So if you notice the common theme, it's either I'm in one up overalls, or we in dope boy outfits, Jordans, sweatpants, tees, different things like that. But like that was what we deemed as success. Oh, he got $5,000 in his pocket. That's what success looks like, But if you go 4 or 5 neighborhoods over to the prestigious side of town, dudes over there wearing suits and driving whatever they driving, Jags or whatever, but hopping out just like well dressed and well just groomed, and everything's taken, just like they say, like the engine light in his car is not on while he's driving around, like Shan just said. Priorities is taken care of, and again, all of that's is going to speak volumes to the opportunities that he's able to get because of it, compared to us, walking around with no self-awareness and wondering why, man, ain't nothing going my way. I can't get then we get to making excuses in terms of why why we not where we want to be. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's in our ability to change it. But we got to get self-aware, and we got to do the research on what it's going to require. What is our image going to require? What's success going to require our image to look like, and then take steps toward moving that way, and then opportunities to start opening. But to answer the question, is uber important, and we don't take it serious enough.
All right. Cheeky. How important is the black male image when it comes to success?
If you talking about success within America, is very important. I don't know anywhere. I mean, outside of here, I can't talk to. Well, I actually can, because even when I was overseas, there was still a look. All right, so it's very important.
You said it was a look overseas.
Yeah, there was. So when I went,
can you break down that look for me?
So when I was in Al Udeid, Qatar, that's a very wealthy city. Pretty much where you're driving down the highway, you'll see exotic cars on your left and on your right just for sale. They got literally hawks for sale, 150 American price. But everybody was wearing, something representative of that culture, and all of those people were successful, and they all looked the same. And their skin tone range from light to very dark, but they all dress the same. So there was some uniformity in success, and I think that still applies here, even in America as well. Shan trying to show off muscle. What's going on?
Nah, just this t-shirt's tripping. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, your t-shirt too tight.
I wish.
It's important because. What do you say?
Shan over there flexing, talking about this king
I
talk.
see, bro. Something wrong with my schmedium. I don't know what it is. But the black male image is important because of how we view already. I think we're in a double red flag emergency state where we have to do the complete opposite to an extreme state to disprove and dismantle some stereotypes. And a lot of black people will say, well, that's not fair, it's unfortunate. And it is true, it's not fair and it's unfortunate, but it's the situation and circumstance that we're in. So if we decide to take that extreme measure and decide to do everything on a drastic level, I think that would change the image. If you just started seeing black men in black suits dressed up, everybody wouldn't know how to handle that. They'd be like, what is going on here? Like, nobody would know how to perceive that because it's something that hasn't been done, and it's all due to image, right? And, and then when I think of Black Panthers, they had a uniformity to them. They had the leather coats and the afros, but it was some signification of, something signifying this is who I am, this is what I represent. And that always comes with an image. I know a McDonald's worker when I see one. I know a FedEx worker when I see one. I know a Amazon worker when I see one. And typically successful men wear suits, so I associate suits with success.
Okay. Humble Dad, how important is the black male image when it comes to success?
It's vital, man. Like, as everyone is probably going to say, because there are people looking at us. So like my sons, if my image is bad, then that's what they're going to see, and that's what they're going to do, and that's probably what they're going to become, and that's what's going on currently, right? Because of the black male image that is seen. This is what people are aspiring to be, as it's been alluded to, athletes and entertainers, right? And so when you automatically, when people see you based on the images that they have seen before, even if it's not you, then they're going to assign that to you. And so if we could get to the point of where, like what we're doing on King Talk, I mean, it's not always about how you dress. How you dress is good, but how you carry yourself. I mean, we've had some incredible debates, and it was still wholesome. I mean, we've disagreed. We've shown one of the elements of images of how to discourse, how to disagree maturely, as black men. And we still come back the next day and we cool with each other, and that's not what is often seen from where I grew up, for sure. Like if you made me mad, then we don't have nothing to talk about no more. So I think it's vitally important, and it's not just about dress. I would say it's more about how we carry ourselves in character and integrity, and all the different codes that we try to talk about here on the show. So that's what I would say.
Okay. Shout out to S. John. He said, "I see black men with full beards as thugs." Shout out to you, sir.
Crip walking on him.
Yeah.
Really don't have no beard. Really doesn't have a beard.
No, he just said he see black men with beards as thugs. JR from the low end, so y'all know he thugging.
Trill, you got hair on your head?
Why do people ask Trill that question?
Because he always wear a hat and then he get the fade on the side.
I got
a conspiracy
Wavy
theory.
Crockett. That's Wavy Crockett right there, man.
Not right now. I need me a cut right now, but normally, yeah.
I'm Wavy Crockett. Don't talk. Don't watch out. But all I'm saying is,
go that young shit, showing off for the guys that ain't got no hair.
Hold on.
That's that black male image. That's that ego.
We just said image is important, and then a brother try to follow the words of his elders. And look at what happens. They're crazy. I can't believe y'all. But let me tell you something. I got a conspiracy theory that I need to get off my chest. JR is only hiring and allowing people with bald head and beards on the show. So crew season, that's why I asked if you had hair, because you got a beard. And if I've never seen you without a hat, so I don't know what's going on under there. And Rilla got in through, recommendation. But that's it. That's all I got to say.
Shit. Hey, so I'm gonna go ahead and get back to the topic, man. Y'all gotta be confused about who. Really?
Say Trill for real. Like almost all a couple of episodes, several of them, people ask you that question. How often do you get asked that?
A lot, because like typically when I'm on these platforms, I got a hat on. But like if you go to my gram, like it's 100 pictures of me on there. I think JR posted one for my birthday when I had on that green suit.
Yeah.
And I was, cut up, whatever. But yeah.
Now he thirst trapping. Go to my gram.
Start getting average here when I was cut up.
Light skinnedness.
Feel the teach.
All right, Real, I'm coming to you. How important is the black male image when it comes to success, brother?
Man, my mind is all over the place with this one, because it was one of the things that I was attempting to allude to earlier and didn't quite connect what I was referencing with how people started dressing and what they defined as success in the 90s with hip hop labels. When you think about Russell Simmons, it's well documented. Like, he didn't give a F. He went in with hoodie, sweatpants and shell toes. And that was his wardrobe. And when people started seeing him attain a certain level of success, everybody wanted to emulate that. Dame Dash talked about how he didn't wear suits, when he was in Def Jam building and stuff, and taking these meetings and stuff like that, because of Russell Simmons' example, right? And so I say all of that is to say that there's a current perception, because of the influence of hip hop, that you know, we're in this Western culture and we're in this system, but I'm a buck the system. I don't have to dress like that. I don't have to carry myself like that. If y'all doing this for Q, you better not be doing this for Q.
No, you know what? I was just typing, wasn't even looking. That was my fault, man. I started pressing buttons. I guess I must got some hotkeys.
No, it's all good.
Hold on, let me take it
What
off.
she be saying? Q is a troll. What she be saying?
Q doing the most. She doing the most. She a snitch though. But
see, that's why I can't look in the chats.
Yep. But I mean, I'm not either. But anyway, my point being is that I think men, especially the young bloods, like when Trill was talking about, you know, cats was showing up in Rockaway in white polos. I mean, there was a time when they show up in Trues in a white polo or Red Robin jeans, right? I work in retail, and there used to be a time where business casual really meant business casual. If you come into an interview, some loafers, got doggone polo if that's what you got, but at least a button up and some slacks. Shorty show up today, like, man, I'm, you know, it's just retail, whatever. They show up with Vans and ripped jeans and a tank top, right? And then again, Trip, wonder why they don't get hired. And so I think, you know, I think about Kingsman. Shan, do you remember that? Do you remember that movie? And the first thing he told him, manners maketh men, but they spent a whole lot of time with how he dressed for the part of a gentleman first, and then worked on all the other attributes. So I think when you are talking about the black male image and how vital it is to success, understand that you're still defining success by Western standards, and this is the culture that we're competing in. And I think, again, manner does make man. So you have to dress the part.
Right?
So what is success? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trey.
It's global. When you say Western, when you say suits.
Well, I'm saying the image part of it first, because again, that mindset that a lot of people have, especially a lot of, because even me as a child of hip hop, I still go back and forth with that. Like I'll go into a art space and I'm like, yo, I'm gonna dress how I want to dress. Right. I'm gonna dress with the hoodie, and you know, some people is on standby when they see somebody coming with a hoodie, right? And for me, I think what I forget what one of the titles was. It was like not dress for success, but dress how you want to be addressed, right? I think all of that does still play a part. I know we're getting deeper into the imagery and stuff like that. I'm not trying to make it rudimentary and basic, but I do think the way that you present yourself initially, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. And so that part of the image is vital to success, in my opinion.
Or really, just real quick.
Yeah.
If you don't want to follow other people's rules, answer to this is very, very simple. Start your own business. You can dress how you want to dress then, but you can't be at the gate begging to get in. They have a select criteria that has to be met. You don't meet said criteria and you get mad at them for how they run their stuff. That's not how this works at the end of the day. You can't have your hand out and dictate the terms of the agreement. It's not how that works. If you don't want to dress up or if you don't want to wear suits and all of that, and you know, don't get me wrong, like that's perfectly okay. Start your own business. You won't have to, but let's just keep it G. A lot of them are too lazy to start their own businesses, so they rather sit around and complain about somebody else's rules for their business that they started instead of going to create their own. So there's a really simple fix to that, but you know, you can't be lazy.
Well, I got a question for you guys, if you don't mind, JR.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So my coach used to tell us when I was playing football, when you dress good, you feel good. When you feel good, you play good. Do y'all feel any kind of way when you guys dress up? Like when you guys dress, does that do anything for your self-esteem or anything like that?
Well, my self-esteem is already through the roof. So, you know what I'm saying? When I put on clothes, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I make the clothes look good personally, you know? And so I do feel good, feel a little bit better, honestly, about what it is that I'm wearing, because I feel like I did a good job of putting it together. But I wouldn't say when I wear a suit that my demeanor is just that much more. But I mean, somebody else may have a different perspective.
Yeah, I don't know, humble dad. Well, go ahead, JR. I know you about to talk about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say with me, man, it's like smelling good, man. You know, like I don't know if you ever put some cologne. I guess it's the combination of something, and you top it off with cologne, and you just when you first step outside in the crisp air, you get a whiff like, damn, I smell fat.
that shit just do something to me, man. I'd be like, I know I'm smelling good. I'm just waiting on the first motherfucker to be like, what you got on?
There's no better compliment than that.
Man,
Yes,
hey, something about that smell, man. It smells good, man.
But hey, though,
If you put on some shit and it smell good to you, just only imagine. Just only imagine what they're gonna do when they get a whiff of that shit, man. That's just me. Go ahead, fellas. Go ahead, brother. My bad.
No, you Gucci. I was just gonna say with humble that I was listening to you, and I know cats that move like that, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't wear hard bottoms as often as I should, but I know I put on this suit this one time, fam. I looked in the mirror and got turned on by me. I'm like,
Riddler, you
hey,
felt like a baddie.
Get your own number, Riddler.
Hold on,
hey,
come again.
Riddler, you felt like a
You got to
baddie.
get your own number, bro.
Pinky,
Okay.
I was standing in that mirror like a bad bitch. You exactly right. 1000%. I was standing.
That's what I'm talking about, Queen.
Damn.
Dog said I was feeling like 10,000.
Strong, independent black woman, right, man? I ain't mad at it.
Hey, listen, real still, man. I think, I mean, and I understand that it does vary, from person to person, especially if you're used to wearing hard bottoms and button ups and all that. Like, it's nothing to you. It's just a different set of clothes. And I think it also depends on what room you in. But I'm just thinking about this particular time. I knew everywhere I went, people was like, "Oh, that's okay, fam. What's that again?" Yep. So I do think it plays on your psyche. It's one of the reasons when you think about all male schools, they have them dress a particular way they have them wear the blazers, for a reason, to give them that self-confidence and give them that image, right? So yeah, I do think it does make a difference for some people, Cheeky.
I'll tell you, for a while, it had the opposite effect on me. It did, and it was because I wasn't used to wearing suits. We're gonna keep it G. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of dudes that don't really understand like the power of it, because they ain't never really had to do it except for like in church or something like that. And a lot of us don't even go to church consistently, if we're gonna keep it real. But I think a lot of dudes don't even know how to tie a tie. They don't know when you're not supposed to button the bottom button when you sit down, unbutton when you get up. But like they don't know the cadences of even wearing one, so they feel uncomfortable compared to in my sweatpants and my tee. You know what I'm saying? I'm in my J's and my fresh cut and my chain. I feel invincible. It doesn't matter what room. You know what I'm saying? So it's that type of thing. I think like if we were to do it more, or if it was to become more of a normal thing, then it would have that effect. But it's not till today, or not today, but just now, just recently, that I started feeling like I feel with a T on and J's in a suit.
Okay.
Yeah, and just a moment of transparency. I understand that for sure. It wasn't up until recently when I started my internship / apprenticeship with Morgan Stanley that I really got used to wearing suits. Because I'm low key myself. I like to just move and be invisible. And you can do that when you're wearing a hoodie and some sweats. But when you wear a suit, like, I remember one time I had to go to Publix, and it's coming from Alpharetta, and everybody was staring at me, and I was like, dang, this is not what I want. But at the same time, going back to the black male image, it wasn't a gaze of like discussing anything. It was more like, oh, he just looks nice in the suit. I just don't like that attention. But going back to the image, I think if people, like you were saying, if we were to do that more, it'd be a lot easier for us to feel, okay with that, one. And then two, I think people would just look at us differently. And that was kind of my question for it, because I was like, I'm curious if they kind of experienced what I have. And you sound like the only one that's been the closest to it, to what I've experienced. Shan didn't go, but I just want to show, just be transparent like that. What's that?
No, the thing is, bro, you know what it is though? Like the more that I'm sitting there thinking about it, I think it's like where we from, people in suits are considered soft compared to like somebody that's in J's and a T or whatever. Like he has a sense of like toughness to him, or like an aura of toughness. And I think being tough is so important in a lot of the environments that we come from. So like so much so the way when we put on a suit, it's damn near like we walking around naked. You know what I'm saying? Like mentally. I'm trying to see how I can like articulate it a little better, but it has a lot to do with that compared to like if I'm my sweatpants and I'm sagging and I got my J's on and I hop out, whatever. But when I got that suit on, this is like everybody from one, like, ooh, where you going? Like, oh, he changed, switching up. He does, like, it's that.
It's kind of awkward,
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
like you don't feel as tough. You don't feel as comfortable. And I know, like in the Black community, as a man, like being tough is very important.
Young
I
man.
would say unnecessarily, but very important.
I want to ask a question to the
Well, it's
panel
not.
real
I'm not gonna cap.
quick.
It's not unnecessary. Like, oh, go ahead. My fault.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask how often do you guys wear suits?
Now more often because of just the field of work that I'm in. But like Trill was saying, I think that's partially true. Because the first thing, and this is wrong, but the first thing I think is can I be that dude ass or not? And I don't know, like that's a real like
That's programming.
and that's just
bro.
like
That's
part
exactly
of
what
the
I'm talking about.
ignorance. That's like but that's coming from just the first thing. I can beat that nigga, like I can really handle him. He can't get busy in no suit. And to keep it a bean, you can't get busy in the suit because it is a little restricted.
Depends on how it's
But
made.
I'm just saying, like,
depends on how it's made.
well, I got the wrong suit because
Hey, you
somebody want to fight me in
can't
the
get
suit.
busy
I'ma
with no
just-
sagging
I'ma cap and
pants
pull
either,
it out.
though.
You'll be surprised. They pull them up and then they beat your ass.
What's going on, Ricky? Welcome to the show, brother. How
Hey,
you doing?
what's up, man? I apologize to everybody. I was on a little vacation, so the flight was
Good, bro.
so
What up, bro?
Nah, it's all good, man. We're just starting to cook, man. You want to get a little bit on this conversation? I was asking how important is the black male image when it comes to success?
I mean, everybody want to say it shouldn't matter, but we all know it does. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just what it is. We're conditioned to see, with certain dresses and certain apparel that they signify, different levels of authority. When you see a cop, hey, that's a cop, right? When you see a man in a suit, you usually think, hey, he going to business or about his business. It's just part of it. Me, I believe in the message, right? I don't care what it looked like. Me, I listen to homeless people on the street. I listen to old people because you never know what message you will learn. But unfortunately, that's not the case for most people, right? You got to sell a dream. That's just what it is.
Okay. Do you guys think as black men that we have to dress this way in order to even get the attention of success? Like, do you think that it's necessary more so for us?
Before we go with it, can you tell me what success is?
Man,
like, what is the definition of success?
I guess it's different for everybody, right?
Okay. Because that kind of determines it. Go ahead, Trill. I go later. Go ahead.
I say no. I say like wearing suits are not super important, but again, it's about what your goals are. Like, what am I trying to accomplish here, right? So if I'm trying to go work for somebody else, say if I'm trying to go to the corporate world or something like that, there's an importance on suits, right? Compared to if I'm trying to start my own business, suit may not be necessary. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what business that it is that I'm trying to start. Because when you go to these business meetings and situations like this, like especially if you moving how you supposed to be moving in terms of building your business, and it has a dope track record, resume, high reviews, all of that. A lot of these companies, they sought you out, so that gives you a bit of leverage. So I feel like leverage is very important in this conversation. If I'm trying to work for somebody else, then it's important that I abide by their rules or abide by the rules of entry, at least to get into the door, and I can get in power once I get there, and I can start dressing how I want to. Or I can start my own business and I can do what I want to do. But again, I think a lot of black men in our generation are too lazy to start a business, but they want to complain about the rules of somewhere that they go into with their hands out. So that's my answer to that.
I think Humble Dad is asking a fair question, and I think it's it's only right that we give a general consensus because we talk about this. I think we all kind of know what success is and what that looks like, right? And I understand, Shan was talking about the different levels of power. I think there are different levels of success. I think certain people will have a definition of what they would consider, but I think they're overall consistent, especially when we're talking about the black male image. We're essentially boiling it down to success in business, are we not? Being successful financially, or moving in corporate structures in business world, or are we talking about affecting the political aspect in terms of our image?
How about all of it?
We can, and I would agree, but I just think it's fair, because I know people are in the chat probably saying, you know, well, what are y'all saying success is? So I think, you know, if you reached a certain financial status, but also if you are working a job, right? There's one level of success, you know, where Shan will get on here and stunt and say, yeah, which one of my 7 brands are we talking about? That's one level of success. That's a, you know, I tease them about it, but that's success, right? 7 brands, that's a level of success. The other side of that is, you know, I work in retail for the level that I'm at and the way that my particular location performs. That's a level of success. And so I think when we're talking about these things, I just think it's important to set the baseline. So we are talking about financial success. We are talking about competing in the business world, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're doing B2B or direct to consumer, or you know, if you're working in a corporate structure, all of that plays a part. You know, performance, right? So all of that does play a part in terms of how important is the image of the black male to success. I hope that makes some type of sense.
Hey, Humble Dad, is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool. I just wanted to be able to answer the question specifically and directly.
But to me, like how we look at it, and I apologize if I jumped on you, Humble Dad. I apologize, bro.
You're good, homie.
It's like the thing is that financially, the way to success is through another race for us. I think that's a big problem that's not really being addressed, right? Just like we all know, if you like Trill said, and I was listening when I was riding back, right? Yeah, when you get a job, you got to dress the part, right? But even if, like Trill said, you go make your own business, right? You go start your own business. If you got to get capital, you got to get money, you got to go sit in the bank, you got to look the part when you talk to those people, because they're the doorway to your success, right? I don't consider that success. I consider that the status quo for most people is just on different levels, you know what I'm saying, of money, right? So, like I said, you should be chasing greatness, not the money. The money come with being great, right? So my problem is when are we as us gonna establish our own systems, bro? So we ain't even got to go through them doors that they have, bro. Right, and that's the biggest thing. But I totally hear what everybody's saying, bro. You gotta play the part. That it's just, you can't play in nobody's house and not play by the rules. You can't go just kicking somebody's door and, you know, smack their wife on the butt and go in their refrigerator and drink their apple juice. You can't do that. Right? We playing in these people's systems, and as long as they have a standard of what's called so-called business attire, we gonna have to, if we're following within their system, that's just gonna be what it's gonna be.
I think it depends. I think, you know, kind of echo what Trill said. It really depends on the goals that you have set for yourself that kind of determine what it is that you're going to wear, right? Like for me, being in real estate, I can wear whatever I want whenever I want, because when I go look at a house, I'm not going to wear a suit. You know, if I'm going to make repairs, I'm not going to be wearing a suit, right? Now, if I go to the bank, then the first time maybe, but if I've built a rapport with bankers, then I can dress however I want to, even though I haven't reached, you know, a particular level of success. If I've networked with individuals that can put me in those spaces, I may not have to dress that way. You know, if we're doing a networking event, I may have to dress a certain way. So it really kind of really depends on what your goals are. When you go and get hired or you're going for a job, you better wear some type of suit, because off the top, as a person that was hiring people, like that's the first thing that I did was look at you before I looked at your resume. You know, I mean, of course I had to look at your resume, right? But seeing you come through the door in t-shirts and jeans, I can't take you seriously, right? So it's really about the goals, and it's about what spaces are you in that determine what it is that you need to wear. So dress for the occasion is what I say.
Yeah, that's some real stuff. Cause I was working in HR back when I was in college, and that was part of our checklist. Like if you walk in and you're not wearing a suit, then it's like it's an automatic strike against you, automatically right out the gate, because they feel like you're not taking this company as serious as you should take it. You know, so yeah, now what Umbert's saying is 1,000% right. That was part of our protocol.
Okay. I got another question, man, as we dive a little deeper into this topic.
Well,
What-
hold on. Let me throw something on it too. I was waiting for everybody to finish up.
Okay, go ahead.
Cheeky had mentioned Cheeky had asked about, does it feel better to be in a suit? And Cheeky says, not really now, but you will. The more older you get, the more successful, the more money you'll make, you'll start feeling better. I didn't really wear suits a lot when I was your age either. You know, I got out the military at age 24. I joined in 19. I got out active duty at 24. Throughout college and whatnot, I didn't really rock one. But now, oh man, do I feel better when I dress up? Absolutely. When I throw on a tux, I got a cold tux, cheap. I got a cold tuxedo, man. Right. When I throw that, every time I throw that sucker on, I feel like I own whatever building I walk into. I don't care how many, it could be a sky-rise building or not. And a lot of times it depends. Like when you say, oh man, you know, I see that guy look like he can't scrap because he got a suit on, you know, that's the mindset of young hood shit. But as you get older, as you get more mature, as you make more money and you get more further and further away from that, you don't give a damn about that. And so it really kind of depends on your environment and the people that you're around. See, some gray sweatpants, some fresh white J's, a fresh white crispy tee, and a cool haircut, maybe a fitted. You feel good in that. But then who are you impressing? What women are you impressing? What homies are you impressing? That shit don't fly when you're in a room full of millionaires. They look at you crazy. Go to a black tie event. Most everybody looks the same, but that Gucci suit is a little bit different than that Boss one, which is a little bit different than that Ferragamo, which is a little bit different than the ones you can pick up at Sears. You know, and so when as you gain wisdom and gain age and start experiencing and start dealing with different people, that old way of thinking, that hood thinking of, man, you know what, wearing a suit is corny. That starts to disappear, and you'll start to be like, you'll have a cachet of suits. You'll have a closet dedicated to suits. You open it up to the naked eye, to people that don't understand dressing like that. Remember, I'm in fashion, so dressing like that, it all looks the same. It's the same thing, but it ain't the same when that one shirt is different than the other. The cuff length on the pants is different than the next. The way they fit, everything, the lining in that suit is different. Sometimes you be walking fast just so the suit will fly open and somebody will catch that inner lining. You want people to catch that embossed signature right on the inside pocket. All
hey,
that
preach,
stuff,
homie.
huh?
I said, be preaching, homie. Go ahead.
All that stuff matters. It matters, cheek, and it doesn't matter so much at 25, but when you get 45, oh man, and you get around and you own a few homes across the country. Got a car parked in each garage for when you're visiting that piece of property. It's you ain't gonna think nothing about fighting, or if you can get over, you're gonna be thinking about, I got to go to this angel investing meeting. I'm trying to get 15 mil. They only offering me 5. I got to get 10 more out of them. How can I finesse that? I got to wear the right thing, and so it matters. To the question that's going down below, how important is the black male image coming across the screen now? How important is the black male image when it comes to success? Shannon's thought is it's extremely important. In fact, it's of primary importance. And for those that think that, and I hear people, I heard somebody mention that, Western standard. I want to be clear. A suit is a global standard. Everybody, suits for men is a global. Putin, suit and tie. President of China, suit and tie. America, suit and tie. Go to India, suit and tie. Australia, suit and tie. Go to Iraq or Iran, suit and tie. That's a global standard. So a lot of people be on that, oh, that's the white standard. That's the white. No, man, that's a global standard, brother. Suit and tie is a global standard for men of power. Doesn't matter what community, doesn't matter where you come from, even whether you could speak English or not. You go to Bulgaria, you're gonna wear a suit and tie. Because like Rilla said, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Here's a quick story, and we can move on. I'm a film producer, right? Well, I used to be. I used to throw meetings. I was an independent film producer, so most of our projects didn't go over about $1 million. Most of when the things, whether it was a movie of the week or whether it was a music video, like my biggest project as an independent was $1.8 million, right? But most things was like 30,000, 40,000. We do a music video for 50, Keek the Sneak come in and we do super hyphy for 25,000. We make, so that was the numbers that I was working with. We just did that all the time. But the reason why I was successful over most people is because I decided to get an office at Sunset Gower Studios in 2006. Most independent film producers and filmmakers in Los Angeles they go to lunch. They work out of a second bedroom in their house. And to me, I knew, well, one, I don't want to work at home because that's too comfortable. Two, if I have to have a meeting and somebody has to write me $100,000 check, I don't want them to write me that $100,000 check at Starbucks. I want them to get buzzed in. I want their name at the gate. I want security to have their name. I want them to come in. I want them to see the studio. I want them to potentially run into a movie star that maybe walking. Steve Harvey's office was around the corner before he moved to Atlanta. So they might run into Steve Harvey. They might see something. And that would always wow the investors, because most of the people that I was making money with had money in real estate. And when they thought of Hollywood, they thought of everything they saw on TV. So they needed to see stage 1, stage 5, stage 16. They needed to see that stuff. They needed to see the customer parking. And then they come over and then they'd see Cinema Hill, which was the name of my company at the time before I changed it to Shannon Ross Pictures. Cinema Hill on my door. And they'd come in. And by the time they got to my office, I didn't have to sell them nothing. So what we doing? Yeah. So who do I make it out to? And so this is the first installment. So it's $100,000 is our budget. Yeah. I trust you, Shan. I trust you. Here's 40,000 to start. I have 20,000 wired over to you in 2 weeks. All because of the image of my company. The image of my company versus, hey, why don't you come to my house? Or maybe I could meet at your house. Or, or maybe we could meet up and have it, do it over dinner. It's different when they came to the office. So that was my business image. I know I needed that. Then it got to the point, and I'll wrap it up. It got to the point where sometimes you couldn't meet at the office. I remember I was going to buy a Maserati Quattroporte. It's a car. It's a 4-door Maserati because I like sedans. I ended up not getting it because a mechanic told me it was going to be a lot of problems. I ended up getting a Mercedes. And the reason why is because I used to drive an Acura, Acura Legend. And I drove it because the gas was cheap, right? And I would go from set to set, driving around whenever we had a company move. It was just easier to drive an Acura. But when I had to go to meetings, there was one time I had a meeting to get some money. I had to come to their office and they could see the car I drove up in from their window. And they say, yeah, we saw you pull in the Acura. Is that your main car? Somebody asked me that. Jewish dude. And I was like, yeah, I told the truth. I didn't get the deal. I don't know if the car had something to do with it or if he just wanted to move on or whatever. After that, I decided to go get a Maserati. I didn't get it. I bought a Benz. I said, let me go grab me a Benz. Another one, because my wife had one. I said, let me go get me a Benz. Because I cannot go to meetings to get money where people are looking at me pull up in an Acura Legend. Nobody's going to write me a check for $75,000 if I pull up in my Acura. I'm already 6'2". I'm already dark-skinned black guy in Hollywood. I'm already kind of threatening to some of the people, some of these cultures, right? So I needed to, even though I had the bread, I didn't necessarily feel that I needed to play the part. This is 15, 20 years ago, man. But I had to grow into that and realize when I lost the deal, I got to look the part. And then that's when I realized that banks don't loan money to people who need money. The banks loan money to people who don't need money. That was another lesson that I learned. So at that point, I realized my image had to be increased. I had to change how I started dressing when I met around these. I had to change how I walked around Paramount Studios and Sunset Gower Studios and Sony Picture Studios and Universal. When I had to meet up with somebody, I had to change the car that I drove into the parking lot with, because I didn't know if somebody that I was meeting with was in the parking lot pulling in at the same time. And if they caught an eye of me, they needed to make sure they saw that I didn't need their money. If I look like I need their money, they're going to be skeptical on loaning it to me. It's like, oh, you pull up in a beat up Acura Legend. The fuck, we ain't going to give him no money. He going to go pay his bills. Oh, but if I pull up in a S500, oh yeah, he's good. He's good. He don't even need the money. So image is really important. You'll notice that I wear t-shirts every week, right? That's what I do. I wear t-shirts every week. Shannon always got a t-shirt with a saying on it. This is one of my brands. This is a uniform for me. Image matters. I wear my clothes. I got other clothes. I got blue clothes. I got green shirts. You see Shannon in a black t-shirt when he goes live. Why? Because Shannon is wearing his shit. Because image matters. And I want everybody that watches me, whether it's on Lapeef Show or it's on my own platform, that Shannon is wearing his uniform. So yes, image matters. Now remember, everybody, image is more than just appearance. Image has to do with your phonetics, how you speak. Image has to do with how you type and what you write, your written words and how you act. Image is it encompasses more than just appearance, but since that's what we're primarily talking about, that's why I went ahead and attacked that. But image, a lot of black men particularly don't even have a command of the English language. That bothers me. When I go to Instagram or Twitter and I see people just write just big ass paragraph of shit with no punctuation, no hyphens, no commas, comma splices everywhere, no periods. It's just like, God damn, do you even care about how you write? Because I know, oh, you think that's cool for just text messaging or for social media, but when you get to work, you're going to do it for real. No, you're not. They never did. And they never do. If you don't write correctly in chat, then you're not going to write correctly on a company email.
And companies pay attention to that now, though, more than ever.
Oh, they always have. Always have.
I know what I'm saying, but more than ever now.
Yeah,
they pay a lot of attention to.
But it's no. I'm gonna use. I'm gonna just write LOL, and I'm gonna just use all this short text messaging, and I'm gonna just abbreviate everything. And instead of saying I know right, instead of saying I know comma right, I put IKR and all this different shit. And you think that you're gonna do that with your boss? You're not gonna get promoted. So remember, image is more than just appearance; it's everything. But we can talk about appearance. Yes, absolutely, appearance, especially since. You, like Rilla said, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. That's the first thing I see when you pulling up. Image matters. Absolutely matters. And suits matter. Tuxedos matter. Please own them, brothers. You have to. Yes, it is a global standard, not an American standard, not a white standard. It's a global. Go to Africa. I've been to Africa. I've been to Egypt. I've been to Nairobi. I've been to Somalia. It's a standard no matter where you go. So I just wanted to put that out there before we moved on.
Okay, I want to recognize these super chats before we move on. Lioness said, thanks for the knowledge, Kings, $20. Appreciate that. Lioness again with the $50 super chat. I hate seeing older guys in Jordans and t-shirt. Lioness again with the $20 super chat. Over 21 should transition out of sports attire. Lioness again with the $10 super chat. If you have on a t-shirt, just throw a sports jacket and it changes the look. Linus again with the $100 super chat. Speak Shannon, speak delicious.
And can I say something to that? To what?
Which one? This one right here?
No, to Shannon's soliloquy, bro.
Oh,
okay. I went long.
Yeah, y'all see how he sold y'all the dream right now, bro?
That's what I do, baby.
Sell y'all the dream, right?
Now cut the check.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Throw some names at y'all. Paramount, Sony. You know what I'm saying?
Set 16. What is set 16?
You know what I'm saying?
I had a Benz. My wife had that one, so I had to go get another.
You see what I'm saying? So he's selling y'all his image, right? He's selling it to y'all, right? And and the thing is, we as people got to understand that this plays a part in convincing and influencing your judgments, right? It influences you, right? So when you hear somebody talk like that and you see Ricky pull up in a white dirty t-shirt, you know what I'm saying, with a Nike jacket, right? I might tell you the same thing, but it ring different when Shannon said. Right? So, hey, it matters, bro. If you in this commercial realm and you in commerce and you look, I had a saying I used when I was in sales. People in business do business.
I like that's a t-shirt.
Right? People in business do business. Right? When you looking to
You
get
better trademark it before it's too late.
Facts.
Right?
Facts.
When I didn't chase, like I was an inside salesperson. I took calls in and out, you know what I'm saying, all day, every day, right? You win some, you lose some. But you got to learn as a salesperson, don't waste your time on the people that's asking a million questions, because they ain't really looking to buy. People that's looking to buy want to know how it's going to, how much it, they really don't even care how much it costs, how it's going to make my life better, how it's going to save me time, right? That's it. So people in business do business. And he's exactly right. If we playing in this game of commerce, bro, you got to play the part, right? Now, that's not saying everybody in no suit, right, got the right message, or that everybody in a suit is legit. Again, this is where you have to learn the power of discernment, right? But it starts with you looking the part to get your foot in the door, and then that's when the game starts.
Gotcha.
Shout out to Lioness for the $100
Yeah.
super chat.
Yeah.
I want to give an extra shout out because she put
And
my
she
name in
called
it.
you delicious. What is this about? What is she doing?
Hey, we ain't gonna spend too
What
much
is she
time
doing?
on that. Hey, Cheeky, we ain't gonna spend too much time on that, Cheeky. We appreciate you guys. Make sure you guys get them likes up, family. Get the likes up. Also subscribe to the channel. Real quick, man. I know Trill spoke something about the suit, right? Because when we put on suits, we all wear them differently, but there's just some rule of thumbs that we need to keep in mind. You said when you sit down, make sure you unbutton that bottom button. Mine's is if you put the coat on and it's pulling, you see it stretching, you probably need to get a bigger size. It's easier to get it brought in, but it's really not that much leverage in the back of that jacket to let out.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's pulling 9 times out of 10, you're gonna pick up some weight. That's cool. You just gotta find your size, go bigger, and then if that one's too big, then bring it down to a comfortable size. But if that button pulling too hard, you going Hulk on their ass, my guy, right? That means that jacket is too big.
Tell him, bro. Tell him.
I find myself saying that, bro. My God.
My guy.
It's a problem.
I'm gonna start charging y'all for this stuff. I'm gonna start charging y'all, bro. But my biggest thing is bro, is make sure you had a right scent on for the season, bro. Make sure you smell right for the season. You should have a fall season, a fall scent, a winter scent, a spring scent, and a summer scent. That's the biggest thing. Like if you sharp and then that smell beat you there, bro, people be waiting for you to come around the corner.
Yeah.
Right? They be waiting. They be like, what? What? You
But
walk
you also
around
got to make sure. You also got to make sure you're not driving your Honda Civic, before they see you.
man.
So people like me, get your money up.
Like,
all right. Before I move on, is there any more tips real quick on the suit? Anything else y'all keep in mind?
Hey, you don't have to, like, if you going somewhere, get your hanger for your suit coat and put it in the back seat. You know what I'm saying? On the hanger that's a part of the car. You know what I'm saying? So
okay, so don't have the suit jacket on and sit and dry there.
People do that, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's why the guy's quiet. I think majority of people on the panel probably just do that. Get in, get out. I'm late. So you say that first step, you trip.
All right, but you know what? I think Trill said something else too about people not knowing how to tie a tie, man. Get on these YouTube videos and learn the difference between a full Windsor and a half Windsor. Learn the difference.
Get that bow tie game too, man. That changes some things too, that bow tie.
Yeah. And make sure your tie ain't too long too, man. You got the jacket open. Make sure that tie ain't dangling down all the way down there. You know, just get it just right, man. It's a method. Once you keep practicing, you'll be able to get it right, man. We don't have that. Anyhow, man.
Are
We
y'all
move on.
flaming or are y'all helping? Which one are you
We
trying to
helping,
do?
but
That's
we know
helping,
people be
man.
doing this
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh,
Yeah, it's either
yeah,
too
you know
short,
what?
you look like a
That's
clown,
another
or it's
thing.
either too
Let's
long.
talk about the black community and that. Like, let's get on that. Flaming people is not always helping them. It's bullying sometimes too.
No, it's helping.
This is
Like, hey,
constructive
like for
criticism,
example,
homie.
for example, last Thursday, I witnessed bullying. I ain't gonna say when, or I just know I witnessed bullying, and Trill was complicit.
Uh-oh. But y'all, we're gonna move on real quick. Let's move on.
I don't know what you're talking about, officer.
You know, like what we're gonna say. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. That's really shit. All right, here we go.
That's a fact.
What age should you take your image seriously? And I'm not talking about like Dusty, right? There's a time, and I've been thinking lately, like, damn, like, should I still be wearing J's? You know, do I need to, like, when I go buy these shirts, should I buy more like dressier shirts, casual shirts, instead of focusing on t-shirts? Then the summertime coming, it's like, man, fuck that. Like, man, I'm still trying to get out here. Like, what age should you take your image seriously?
19 years old. That's my official one. I would say 18, but I'll give you 1 year to have fun.
Why 19, Shan?
Because 19 to 29 is when black men need to concentrate on becoming who they want to be for the rest of their life. See, so often are people sold, have fun right now, and then you can take care of business later, but you might have a bad back later. What you want to do is take care of business now and have fun later. You want to buy the Harley, you want to get the Porsche, you want to get the Maserati, you want to get the Lamborghini, you want to get the house, you want to travel and go have fun later. Do what Cheeky is doing, you guys, brothers and sisters. No, I'm sorry, change that. Brothers, do what Cheeky is doing. He's 25 years old and he's not partying with us because he's on an internship getting his house in order. So by the time that he's 35, he'll be fucking skydiving in Fiji.
Shan, when you say take seriously at 19, can you break down like what's considered taking serious? You know, I want you to paint that picture. Like, what does that look like?
So when you said it says image, right? Yeah. What age should you start taking your image serious? So we're talking image. Now remember, image is more than just appearance. Image is vocabulary. Image is how you write, how you talk, how you look. It has a lot, even more than that, but we'll just use those: how you look, how you talk, and how you write. If you start a habit of being aloof and cavalier with how you write, how you talk, and how you look in your 20s, it's a chance that you'll burn that into your hardware, into your software rather, and then you'll lead a life of that. I'd rather you take it serious on how you look. Let's talk about dress, suits. Brothers 19, 20, 21, suits. Start thinking about upscale dressing, right? Yeah, you could, don't get me wrong, wear some joggers, bro. You know, throw on some jeans and go have fun, and, you know, go ball out with your boys and throw on. But for the most part, dress nice. And what I mean by nice is I'm talking a global standard. 2, get a command of the English language. Start speaking right. Practice. Read more. You know, I do my book reading. Reading will help your phonetic vocabulary. Number 3, start writing correctly. Stop using short message service writing and abbreviating every damn thing. That is part of your image, because you're writing to send that out for somebody else to read. When that person receives your message, they are going to judge you based on your grammar, or I was going to say grammatical errors, but I'm going to just say your grammar. You're going to be judged by your emails. You're going to be judged by your text messages when you do business with others, or when you're working for a particular company, or you're trying to start a business of your own. So when I say image, I'm talking about all those things need to be taken care of as early into your adulthood as possible, so that you will create a culture, a personal constitution, and a personal standard for yourself, that when you get into your 30s, when you cruise into your 40s, that is second nature. It's part of your lifestyle. It's how you think. It's just how you move. It's the same way I feel about fitness. I tell people, a lot of young people feel that they don't have to work out in their 20s because their metabolism is already fast and they can eat a bunch of food and they don't gain weight and all that. I said, that's not going to last forever. But if you build a lifestyle of fitness when you're young, you'll feel like you cheating on your body when you don't work out in your 30s. You got to do that now because it's harder to do when you get older. But far too many people don't think that they're going to gain weight, women particularly. And then when they gain weight, they can't lose it. It's the same way with the way you talk. When you realize that you talk bad in your 20s, you can't lose that dialect in your 30s and 40s. When you write bad in your 20s, you can't seem to write better when you're in your 30s and 40s. And when you dress regular and casual everywhere you go in your 20s, you will always want to tend to be that way in your 30s and 40s when it matters the most. So that's why I say 19 is the age that you should start taking your image seriously if you intend to be successful in all facets, relationships, business, however you want to look at, of life later on. That's going to take you into your 70s, 80s, and 90s. That's what I'm talking about.
Trill,
you about to go, Trill? You about to go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I agree with everything Shan said. I think it should start even earlier than that, to be honest. Because like in middle school,
giving them the benefit of the doubt, bro.
I was worried about my haircut and my shoes and my clothes that early because that matters. Your environment kind of dictates that, and when you go to school, man, kids is cruel, bro. If you go up there, your hair trash and your clothes is trash and you ain't moving how you supposed to be moving, you're gonna get flame broil roasted at that cafeteria table. You know what I'm saying? So
I knew cheese. He was all cheese. Well, you talking this language right now, talking about flaming.
Boy, if you don't get your dusty ass.
Boy, when I say every breakfast and lunch period, we used to have a whole, bro, I'm telling you, like you had to come there looking right. And the reason I say it is not for shallow purposes, right? But it's for confidence building. So when you that young and you care about your image, I care about what shoes I got on. I care about them being cleaned. I care about taking care of them. My clothes that I got on, this, that, and the third. Like those habits translate to when you get older. Then you can get more for your buck because I'm taking care of my stuff. Like, hell no, you can't eat in my car. Put that down. Like all of those things translate when you care about image, you care about how things look. So I would say start as early as possible. Because what tends to happen is that a lot of kids who don't really care about their image that young, their confidence will drop so low to where they feel like, it doesn't matter. Even going into their 20s, like that, like it's a like defeatist mindset. Mm-hmm. So it's like, I done been getting roasted, whatever. So I'm just gonna wear my my sweatpants and my whatchamacallit. This is what I feel comfortable in, whatever, and this, that type of thing. But when you pay attention to, how you dressing early, that translates to your 20s. The only thing that happens is that you kind of level up, according to your environment. Like when you leave, high school, J's and T's and all that stuff and haircuts and stuff. Well, no, haircuts always matter, but J's and T's, different things like that don't really matter as much. But now I'm in the workforce. So I need to get me some suits. Or now I'm going to weddings. I'm doing this, that, and the third, business meetings, whatever. So now I gotta, focus I'm still care about image the same, but it just transitions, or elevates or evolves. But I think, you should be focused on that as soon as possible. And that's what I be telling people that have kids. They be trying to just let their kids just, it don't matter. They just a kid. No, that matters. And because we done all been to school, and we know how cruel kids are, and you don't want to jeopardize nobody's confidence that early, because a lot of times when you do it, that type of thing is hard to come back from. So early as possible, man.
I agree. Like I have 4 kids, 2 of them are boys. They're 8 and 10. And my 8-year-old, he struggles with, kind of keep himself neat and things of that nature. Even though I'm telling him you need to make sure that, you come out the house not looking like a bum. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to, because people are going to look at you. And it's a representation of me as well. So we got to do something about that. Right. So when, so I'm teaching him how to, be aware of how he dressed, but he 8, so he don't really care. Now my 10-year-old, like he different. He walked with a different swagger. Like he didn't like just dressing any kind of way. When I talked to him about how he was dressing, he literally took note of it. And so when we would go shopping, he would go get the polo, and the jeans. And you know, the last couple of Sundays, I guess, I told him to get dressed, go get his clothes out. Let me see what you're gonna be wearing for Sunday. And he went to go get something that was like, you know, business casual, you know, because he's concerned about how he dresses, you know, and he says that he likes how dad dresses. And so, you know, I think it needs to start beyond 19. I'm correcting them as it relates to their grammar, even now, you know, because you write how you talk, right? And so if you're talking in a way that is not conducive to what your environment is going to be, where you want to be, then you losing off top. So it's going to be challenging to go from 19 and then all of a sudden try to change your vernacular, because that's what my situation was. Mm-hmm. I was in a sales position and I was killing it as it relates to the numbers, but they wouldn't move me up because the way that I taught was not really professional. And so as a result, I'm thinking, you know, I'm doing all these numbers, but because I didn't speak in a way that was professional to them, then that limited me, right? But when I began to actually work on how I spoke, that carried over to when I would teach lessons, even though the kids were they were, you know, middle schoolers, I was still able to talk to them on a higher level, and they had to come up to me to meet me and be able to have that conversation as I did. So I think it's been said already, but I would say younger is better. You know, the younger the better. And then as it relates to anything else, dress really matters. I was a middle school teacher, right? They roast on a daily basis. Just shoes alone. You can have the nicest gear on, but if your shoes have a problem, you're going to have a problem. You know what I'm saying? So you want to build all that confidence early. So that's what I would say about it.
Yeah.
Y'all don't get it. Y'all really don't get it. The reason why y'all don't get it, like, look, I'm an admitted lame in high school, right? Like, I have no problems, you know, just saying, like, I wasn't a cool kid, right? But my dad had no swag. Like, he wasn't like Lapeef. Like, it sounded like Lapeef, you know, get his kid the Jordans. My dad was, you know, he was a working man, and working man get working shoes. He bought me some white K-Swiss, and I said, "Oh Lord, it's over."
Which ones, though?
Oh, yeah, wait a minute.
K-Swiss is a name brand. Stop, bro. Like, what you talking?
K-Swiss is a name brand. Like,
come on, man. We rock Zaire's 4 stripes. You know what I'm saying? If you Chicago, you know what Zaire's is.
Or them kangaroos. What about them kangaroos? You got to go shop at Payless. You know?
See, that's why Cheeky froze up.
Right.
Yeah, God don't like that.
K-Swiss, talking about K-Swiss.
Bro, let me explain something. If y'all walk in that cafeteria with K-Swiss on, you getting smoked from the time you walk in to the time you leave. There is no
younger generation.
I don't care what kind of K-Swiss it is. You getting
the classic. Come on, man. The K-Swiss classic courts with a pair of Jabos and a fly polo shirt. You was in there like swimwear.
Bro. But he a different generation, though.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all generation, that flew. Ours, you getting cooked from the entrance.
Boy, they don't know nothing about
you get out your mama car, so you get back in it.
He got to be Nike or Jordans, bro.
Nah,
you got to be
or
Adidas, maybe Puma.
Older generation, bro. But to address what the question is, man, I think, like, when my sons, man, it started early, bro. I mean, 9-10 years old. You know what I'm saying? I believe that you should be a chameleon, right? You should be able to rock some J's and hang around the people you grow up with, but you should be able to knock a suit down in a conference room full of businessmen too. You know what I'm saying? It's all about, you know, timing. It's all about when and where, right? I don't approve of people saying, oh, people shouldn't wear Jordans. You should wear whatever you pay it for. You should be able to wear whatever you want to wear, right? But when you wear it, it's the difference. When you wear it is the difference, right? And the truth of the matter is, certain looks gonna get you in a certain room. Certain looks gonna get you looks from certain women, right? So, like I said, you got to play the part. What part are you looking to play? Plain and simple. Just what part are you looking to play?
Yeah, that versatility piece is super important, man. And that's the type of mindset I had even from a young age. Even regardless of what my environment was, I took serious, like being a thinker, being able to speak well. Don't get me wrong. Like, if I go back to the neighborhood, it's like I could flip the switch back into how we talk over there. But when I'm in a boardroom, it's different. You know what I'm saying? You got to enunciate a little better. You got to, project your voice, not slurring as much, not using as much slang, cussing, out of the question. You know what I'm saying? But you today, well, you cuss it like a sailor. So nah, he right. Versatility, man. You got to be able to flip that switch. The same way I can look fly in some, jeans and a tee and a chain and a grill. You should be able to throw on that tailored suit, walk in there and stop traffic. The same way. It's all about versatility.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to mention too, because you brought up a great point as far as vernacular, right? I think what goes on with a lot of us, right, especially in the corporate world, is that we put on this face of this person we really not to get the job. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got their phone voice. You know what I mean? Oh, hello, this is Ricky Williams. How can I help you? Nah, like the one thing I learned within this past 7 to 8 years is be you, right? Be you. I mean, be professional, but be you. I don't know if that's coming off right to people, if y'all understand what I'm saying, but you gotta be you, right? Because what a lot of times what happens is right. What happens is a lot of times, especially with people of our color, right? You'll put on this face, but then when something happened and it needs to be addressed, all of a sudden you super aggressive. You just, this was never you. Oh my God, Ricky. Nah, look, this is me. So when I walk in the door now, I'll be like, hey, this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, be you. I can't, it's weird as what I don't know if y'all picking up what I'm putting down, but yeah, don't fake the funk for nobody. Present yourself in a mannerable way, be professional, but don't fake it. Right? When something don't sit right with you, address it at the head. Right? You can be professional about it. But address it. You know what I'm saying? Don't let it fall over because you trying to, or you looking to appear to be something you're not. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I understand completely. Essentially, what you're saying is sharpen your skills enough to where you being able to, enunciate and speak well is you. That you're not portraying or you're not acting, but you done worked on your skills enough to where, again, you're able to flip that switch and it's not you stepping out of character. This is a part of me. It's still me. But, again, it's just, a certain cadences, a certain, tones and octaves that you can speak, regardless in a corporate room compared to when you're in the neighborhood. That's true. But Ricky was saying, right, you shouldn't be acting. Sharpen your skills, man.
Real niggas don't wear white man suits. What?
He playing, but
they trolling.
He gotta be.
Oh, he is trolling. Come on, man. Like we get all this information.
Hey, we finna get this energy.
No matter how you sound, make them respect you. But look at this picture, though.
All right.
This picture is literally Tyrone, so I can't give it.
All right, thank you, Chicky. Thank you for saying.
So you gonna catch the favor one of y'all keep on joking.
Look, man,
like playing no games like that, man.
This is the internet. You can't catch a fade on the internet. If you want to fight on the internet, you really not a real fighter. Like, come on now, quit playing with me. But here's what I'm gonna say, right? Like, it started early with me. Okay, right. My dad did a very good job. So I kid you not, during the summer, he would make me read the dictionary, and I learned a plethora of words, right? So my vernacular is extensive. And he also made sure that, I could communicate effectively and articulate my thoughts well and my emotions well. He made sure I was emotionally intelligent, and, he made sure those things was captivated into one person, and he honed those skills, which makes me the person I am today. He also taught me how to cut my hair, so I know how to cut my hair, I know how to trim my hair. Hygienically, I'm a beast. You know what I'm saying? I stay clean, I smell good. But dressing, Jesus, man, boy, y'all don't get it. Like, y'all really don't get it. When you older and you disconnected, like, he was a resource officer, so it don't help anything. You already labeled a snitch, and I ain't even snitch yet.
And he had a uniform.
And he worked at the same school I went to. And he was just you
going at your pops?
I'm not going at my pops. I'm just letting y'all know, like, some of y'all think y'all really got it rough. Y'all don't understand the struggle. And I still had the Flame Kids with my K-Swiss on.
Sometimes, man.
You know this man got the nerve to buy some lugs thinking they was Timbos. I said, this man just set me up.
He got the
for failure.
lugs.
He
He got the lugs. He got the West Coast Timbs.
You know, he used to ask me, right? Because I used to wear the same thing over. Why I didn't wear the new stuff.
That's when you got to tell them, hey, look, just give me the money that you like. Give me my budget,
But see,
and then I'll go
here's
take
the
care of that
thing.
myself.
Here's
I
the
don't want
thing.
you buying my stuff, bro.
Here's the thing. I've seen this man progress financially from a young kid. Like when I was a young kid, I was like, we staying in like rent-free apartments because you an officer. We broke. Like I get it. So I was thankful for it, and I didn't want to seem ungrateful, but I knew I couldn't wear it. Like I knew for the benefit of my mental health, I couldn't do it. Like
your mental health, damn.
That's real though. It's
Atlanta,
really, that's real.
Atlanta
You get
ain't
cooked
no
every
joke
day.
when
That
it
take
comes to
effect on your mental health.
Ricky, you know how to box. I had to figure that out through fighting. You can box somebody. I had to beat up enough dudes to be like, I know how to fight now. Two different lifestyles,
Daniel.
dog. Come on, man. Like he's talking about mental health. Yes, physical health too. Because you used to get to a point you just like, man, I'll throw these shoes. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
And you know, another thing, and this is just a cheat code for a lot of men who think just, you know, that leveling up their wardrobe. Because right now, you guys, there's a lot of t-shirts that need to be thrown in the trash. A lot of men that's listening to me right now, if you look in their closet, they got a lot of shit that needs to just get thrown away. And that's the best way to replace your wardrobe. You know, coming from fashion, I would always tell people, just go through it. And if anything is older than 2 years and it's not a favorite, just throw it away. Because all that's going to do is force you to replace it. But one thing, I got this saying that's coming out. It says, when you learn to love yourself, your taste in people will change. But also, fellas, and this is for the men particularly, when you learn to elevate your image, your taste in women will change. When you elevate your image, especially if you do it young, your taste in women will change. And when you realize that you are leveled up in how you speak, you're leveled up in how you write, and you level up in how you look, the women that you otherwise would have dated or gave some attention to or been caking with on the phone, you won't bother her no more. You wouldn't care about her no more. You'll look at her like, oh, well, you know what? I'm not interested in that type girl. I'm interested in somebody a little bit more refined than you. You're not my type. So you'll level up your women that you mess with when you level up your image, bros. So take that into consideration too.
Yeah.
It's real too, because man, you in the neighborhood, man. You like a lot of them ghetto chicks, man. We just gonna keep it real.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
That's just
I
honest.
was thinking the exact same thing.
Honest, man.
I
You
want
do.
to go there, Trill.
She got that shape, you know what I'm saying? She a hood chick.
But
you
if
know,
we keeping
Z
it a buck,
snapping.
like if we keep it a buck, right? And I'm not being toxic, and I'm better than this, and I'm not saying anybody should follow this.
It's a lot of caveats, bro.
Man.
But hood chicks would look so good at school, and I knew I couldn't touch them because I knew my standards and morals. But I'd be like, dang, if I was just out here like Trill or JR or Chicago Rilla, the slut monkey he is.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? I would
Damn.
do it.
I don't know how you feel about that comment, man. You see the kind of category you put us in?
That was the most
I don't
underhanded
know why he
compliment
put
I
y'all
ever.
in
Man,
the
You tried to flame us, low
I
key.
figured
Hey,
the
look,
only
when I got to
reason, hold on.
Go
Cheeky,
ahead.
that was
Y'all
disingenuous.
monkey.
I'll tell you that right now.
The only reason why I put Trill in that category because I heard his lame enough last week to know what he did, the kind of guy he is. JR.
I'm
JR,
open
I'm
book,
gonna put you in there
I'm not gonna lie to
because
you.
you feel the
Trill
tease.
was a slut monkey.
And then really, you said it. You an admitted slut monkey yourself. I don't know what to tell you.
I was all up
know
and
what I
through
mean?
South DeKalb Mall. Facts.
You're disgusting. Why are you even anyway?
That's crazy though. If we think about it, right? If we're thinking about it,
You was
right?
at West End Mall talking about I got the hose.
No, not when I first got to Atlanta. 95, 96, South DeKalb was popping.
Hey, go ahead, Ricky.
Yeah, if we think about it and what Cheeky Banner said, it kind of hit it hit me a little second ago about what he said, you know, his mental health, bro. Like, it's just clothes. Right? Why is it that Cheeky, let me finish, right? Why is it, right? Why is it that at such a young age, right, that our demographic, I ain't gonna say culture because I'm getting sick of that fucking word, bro. Excuse my language, right? I'm getting sick of that word, right? Our demographic, right, are so affected by things like clothes, right? And the reason why I say this, Cheeky Bounty, because I don't look at these things that people aspire to get as the end game. I look at them, it's simply a tool, right? You look in a certain way, it's simply a tool for you to be able to rock in a certain environment and get to the end game, right? Money is not the goal. Money is just a tool so you can get to the end game, which is freedom of your time, right? So it's just weird to me. Like me, I dress for the occasion, but like we was in Vegas this weekend, right? My wife's friend that went with us, she was like, "Why you got that on?" I was like, "I got a girl."
What'd you wear, Ricky?
Oh, just it was a little Adidas, a gray sweatsuit, little Adidas gray suit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I got a girl. Right? What I'm dressing up for, right? I don't. It's like, it's crazy to me how people look at it like it's some type of lock on them or some type of crutch that's holding them back from something. It's just clothes when you really think about it.
I know why it is. It's because we ain't got nothing else. We don't have nothing else to compete with, right? So you're gonna compete with what it is that you have. And I don't feel like it's a younger thing. I think keeping up with the Joneses is just a black thing in general. We're gonna keep it real. It's 40, 35, 40-year-old people that's, oh, my such and such got a new car. All right, I know I'm broke, and I know I know I owe 100,000 in student loans, and I owe 200,000 on this house, whatever. But he got a brand new Benz now. It's time for me to upgrade. It's the same thing. It's like, that when you don't have that like vision or that long term, whatever, especially when you're coming up broke, money is everything. Money is the status symbol. That's why people chase it so hard. Risk your freedom for it, whatever. You don't even realize that it's freedom. It's just literally like a statement. I want to separate myself from everybody around me that I know that ain't got nothing, and I want to be doing better than them because this is all I see. So it's like it's a competition thing. It's ignorance. It's a bunch of different things, but it stems from my environment. When we don't have nothing else to compare, then you're gonna compare with what you got. And a lot of times that's your clothes or your shoes that I'm so proud
that's your
of.
image. That is your
Right.
image.
That's literally it.
And that's
Ricky,
what
I
I was
rock
gonna
with
say.
you. Oh, go ahead.
Oh. No, I was just gonna say, like what you're saying, Ricky, is true. And I will admit that some of my high school counterparts, the older they've gotten, the more that they've distanced themselves away from materialism. Because I think that's just a natural maturation process that happens to people. But you got to understand, like, I don't know how old you are, but I think you're old enough to understand, like, your image is beyond your clothing. But that's just something that we do as young kids, because it's like he was saying, that's all we kind of got. We used to flame the dude who got free lunch because you got free lunch. Like, hold on, give me free food. Now I'm thinking about it, but at the time it was like I was immature. And I may have been one of those kids that got the free lunch. I'm not gonna answer because I've exposed and been too transparent with y'all. But all I'm gonna say is I'll fight y'all. Stop laughing.
That's the energy I like right there.
Over the internet? He gonna fight us over the internet.
Look, man, I gotta prove a point sometimes. Let's see this.
It's not like you coming to Houston.
I like that energy, man.
It's not like you coming to Houston.
You're right. I'm not coming to Houston, man. But all I'm saying is, I think that Black people, unfortunately, do go through arrested development, for an extensive, for a lot of different reasons, and the maturity that you all as men have reached on this panel is something that's desirable to those who actually want to grow and mature. And again, life doesn't necessarily give Black men the grace that's needed to just explore that and be great within a time frame. So you kind of have to do it immediately, almost, so you can be the most successful. But I think the shows like this, the King Talks, these things are necessary, because without them, what image are we supposed to look forward to? What leadership do we have? And again, we all just talked on this panel about what does our leaders look like today? What power that's a problem that we can't name anything, I believe, you know, and it's not to down black people. It's just the honest truth and an honest assessment of what we see. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that a little bit, Ricky Williams. And again, man, you know, you can wear a gray, you know, outfit, gray jumper suit. You fine, you good. You a boxing fanatic. I can't, like, dude, that's a different. I can't do it.
Hey, Rick, I rock with you, but not on this one.
Hey, it's
when
cool,
you when you say things like "I got a girl," that is so. What's the point? It's almost like you saying, "Well, what's the point? I got my girl." So that is one of the reasons why there's a lot of problems with relationships, because that is where the fall off. I fell off, or she fell off, or she got fat, or we got comfortable begins. Well, I got you. So then I don't have to do the effort. I don't have to put in the work. I don't have to continue dating you. I don't have to level up because I got you already. We married. It's good. You locked in. For what? I'm gonna just chill. I'm comfortable. And comfort, there's no growth in the comfort zone. So oftentimes when people feel that I got a girl, or a woman says, well, I got my man, so I'm gonna just eat this mac and cheese and wolf this stuff down, and I gained 40 pounds, but didn't have it. But the babies are 16 years old now, and now suddenly everybody's overweight. Suddenly everybody don't care much about their haircut. Nobody cares about the women. She don't care about her hair getting done. She don't care about fitting into that sexy dress. That's where the fall off comes from. And I tend to tell people, stay up, not only just because you got a girl or a guy, but stay up just for yourself. Level up at all times as long as you possibly can. This is when I see people coming to the gym, and if I meet somebody, it's like, yeah, you know what? And I'm really speaking on women, because I could see what you trying to do. Oh, okay, you want to burn the fat. Was you doing that when you was married? No, I had a husband. I got a guy. So I hear what you're saying, but I wouldn't suggest that would be something that you would want to adopt as a lifestyle choice, because if you have that kind of opinion on I got my girl, and maybe she's the same way, and don't get me wrong, it happens all the time. And if you guys are rocking with each other, and that's cool. But oftentimes when people do that is where problems start to arise. And one of them don't have the attitude of I got my spouse. It's usually, oftentimes it's not both of them that have that same idea. One of them have that idea, and they start dressing sloppily. They don't really care about the holes in their clothes. They don't really care about getting sexy. She don't get sexy for her man no more. And now his eyes start wandering at that young girl at the office. Or he just kind of like gains weight, and he starts eating ribs and shit and drinking beers. And here comes that beer belly, and he gains in his arm. Now he's all flabby all over the place, but she's doing Pilates class and yoga and trying to keep it tight. And suddenly she feels that the relationship, you guys are growing apart. You guys are going in two different directions. I'm sure you and your girl is going in the same direction, but I'm just saying, oftentimes what I've run into in my experiences is one of them goes in one direction and the other one goes in the other.
Yeah.
And if you guys can stay on, if everybody tries to stay tip top forever in dress, appearance, dialect, always stay educated, read as much as you possibly can, work out. You know, I'm big on the workout thing, right? Mm-hmm. Work out as often as you can, whether you're in a relationship or not. Do what you did to get the girl after you got her. Do what you did to get that guy after you get him, because that's how you're going to keep him. Then you'll be okay. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of pushback on that.
Man, all great points, my guy. Shout out to you, man. But Shannon, that don't apply to me, my guy. I apologize that you was wrong on this, right? I apologize, right? Now, shout out to if that's the case, bro. But this is the problem. I'm comfortable with my wife. I'm comfortable. Okay. We have an understanding, right? The reason why my wife can go on vacation is because I'm not spending $200 on no goddamn Jordans. Right? Because I'm not spending no $100 on no shirt that I'm gonna wear once. right? And this is why I tell y'all communication ain't got a goddamn thing on understanding.
Did you hear what I said?
It ain't got a goddamn thing. We understand the goal. What are you telling me? Don't get comfortable in your relationship?
Yeah. Don't get comfortable in your relationship.
Again.
Did you hear what I said?
What's the point in me being with a person I got to chase forever?
All right.
Or is that to the audience or to us or what?
That's to everybody in the world. What's the point? You're my wife. I'm your husband. I love you for what you are and aren't. And aren't. I know my wife ain't no Beyonce. I ain't no goddamn Jay-Z or no Morris Chestnut. I am what I am.
So how do you factor in self-improvement? I'm just curious on.
What do you mean?
So do you think there's anything?
What is self-improvement to you?
That's not. If I'm asking you what's self-improvement, you would have to answer for yourself. I can't
Right,
answer
I'm really speaking through Ricky. I'm speaking through Ricky to most. That's why I kept giving the disclaimer. Ricky, I get it. It's for you. I'm wrong for you, but I'm not wrong for most. I guarantee you that. I'm not wrong for the majority, right. Especially based on
I don't
but for you individually, I mean, there's always exceptions to the rule, but that exception doesn't make the rule. The rule is
you. This is what I'm saying though, and this is veering back to, like I said, people don't love anymore. You in competition with your girl, so you on top of her and she on top of you. So you chase me and I chase you. I don't have to chase my wife.
Oh no, I didn't say in competition with your girl. You guys are lockstep on the same team,
right? But then if that's what I'm saying, I get it wrong. But that's what it sounds like to me, right? I look, I do what I need to do. Any improvement that I feel I need to do, I'll do in my due time.
All right,
right. I'll do in my due time. But what I'm saying is I expect my wife, my love to love me for what I am, and anything else I put on top of that is just icing on the cake.
Hey, Rick, I want to ask you a question in this, like, with all due respect, just for the sake of having a conversation. Why do you think she asked if you were wearing that?
Who? Her girlfriend?
Oh, it was her girlfriend that said?
Yeah, my wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's his wife friend, not his wife. His wife.
Okay, got you. Okay, well, never mind. I thought she asked you that.
No. My wife know what it is. Like we got to understand it.
Yeah, I'm about to say it seemed like they got an understanding. It seemed like they both come to this agreement. And you found yourself a rare one. I don't know if y'all met, however. But today's men, I'm gonna let y'all know these girls is going to the gym. Not all of them, because some of them fat, but these girls that are going to the gym, you need to be in the gym too. I think it's only fair because
it ain't just today's men. It's cheeky. You know, people is getting divorced for 40 years. 40 years.
I can't
married,
speak on that.
Divorces. Yeah.
I can't speak on that. That's that's something that I won't talk on because again, that's outside of my realm and I'm willing to admit it. But from the women that I have talked to and I have frequently just have conversations with, don't be no slob, because they ain't to keep it a buck. I don't talk to ugly girls. They not slobs either. So it's only fair that she stay in shape, you stay in shape. My girl is in shape, then I'm going to stay in shape as well. Like, and again, that's Ricky. And like you were saying, Ricky's situation, if you can find that, by all means, I celebrate that for sure, because that kind of understanding is what I would want from a partner. But at the same time, I do understand that we are both creatures that want to desire one another. So if my stomach over my area that needs to be, ready and prepared, and she don't like that, then I'm gonna try to change that. And if her stomach over the area that needs to be ready and prepared,
I mean,
I think we're missing something. I think we're missing a couple things. One of the things with Ricky, I mean, I've listened to, bro, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I've listened to you, talk about your wife a number of times on the platform, and we even seen her come in there and give you that plate and that big old smooch. And that wasn't something that he just found. I know the Bible says he that finds a wife find a good thing, but if I understand it correct, Ricky, this was a woman that brought into your program. You laid down the foundation of what the family vision is, what the structure is going to be, what the legacy going to look like, so on and so forth. That's a woman that's brought into your program. I understand what Shan said, and I understood as Shan was talking, he was using you to make the point. But the bigger point, because Ricky, I agree with you. One of the reasons why me and my girl was together for so long before we decided to do this thing, because there was a ton of investment going on. And I know it's not, I know for some people like, oh, that's not the, I wouldn't advise anybody to do it the way that I did it, but it is something that worked for us. And what we are building, as I've said, when I first started on this platform, is what works for us. Right. And so that's the bigger thing, is that man set the blueprint for what his life with his wife is going to look like.
Right. And I made sacrifices. Some things I want, I don't get, and vice versa. Right. But the picture is our vision for a family is greater than what each one of us want to do. Right. I can go in, like when we was doing other things, people talk about, oh, what have you done? I can go into what my sons do, but that ain't none of y'all business.
Right.
Right.
That's a fact.
I'm gonna tell you like this, Chicago Rilla. Look up my son Ricky Layfield in Chicago. Look him up. Right. But it ain't none of y'all business, right? But what I'm saying when it comes, what I say when it comes to relationships, as far as, and again, this all came off of garb and dress, right? I don't have to impress my woman with clothing. Right. I'm consistent as a man in her life. I'm consistent. Right. What a lot of people understand, a real I got you from a man is a lot better than I love you. I got her. I got her. When this world fall apart, she know I'm the one person she can count on.
Let me ask you, Rick. What if she did ask you? How would that go?
Ask me. I'll ask her why.
Ask her what?
Well, I like said, could you wear something different? I'm
ask her why. I'm gonna ask her why.
But because it would be something because it would be off, pretty much something that would be out of the norm. Would that be right to say?
Correct.
Yeah. So I understand what Ricky is saying. He's saying like it's communication. Like communication is key, right? I also understand what Shannon is saying, but I think it goes together. There is a disconnect in the marriage where people are not communicating what it is that they want and what it is that their desires are, their goals are. Right? And as a result, this is why there is a separation, because the two people have separate goals. Right? So if the woman or the man is saying, listen, I don't like how it is that you're dressing, or I don't like how it is X, Y, and Z. Right. And then you're not explaining why or what it looks like going forward, then that's when you're going to have problems, because what Ricky is saying, like I can dress how I want because I got my woman, right? But he also is saying that he has a communication with her that it doesn't matter. Shannon is saying,
quick, can I ask a question?
Only thing is sometimes Trill spoke on this about a month and a half ago. Sometimes we're not listening when they're talking. We don't even hear it. And that's why oftentimes a lot of men get hit with a ton of bricks. Where the hell did this come from? I thought we was good. I thought our communication was fine. And then you learn in the divorce court, I didn't like this about you. And I didn't like it. And I was trying to show you this. And I think Trill was saying that, a woman but we just so into ourselves that we're not paying attention to her crying out. Sometimes it's overt and she'll say it straight up. Sometimes it's in her mannerisms and the things that she do that we're just not paying attention to. Oftentimes, a lot of relationships fall apart, not because it wasn't bad communication, but no, you're right. It is communication, but we don't even think it's communication. So it's just, you just never know. And that's why I submit to say, if you do the best in everything, I get it. You don't have to buy the Jordans, but if you get the best shoes, you ain't got to get the worst simply because they're cheap or inexpensive. But if you do the best in every category, then there's nothing to talk shit about. Be the best you can in everything. The way you talk, that's what we talked about, image. The way you dress, the way you talk, the way you write, the way you carry yourself, the way you walk, the food you eat. You know what I'm saying? The fitness and health. I'm doing the best I can. Nobody can really give you. But if we just say, well, you know what? She don't care, so I don't care. Then it might be an issue later on when you don't think it's going to be one. And that's all I'm saying for the, not for Ricky, but for the by and large.
Right.
And I'm not disagreeing with what Shauna said. I'm saying what works for me. That's all I'm saying. He
Right.
telling no lies.
Well,
Truth too.
Can I ask a question to you guys just to get, and again, if you guys want to speak on your relationship or not, you know, I'm not trying to pry.
I can.
But
I've divorced twice, so I can answer.
Okay, cool. When it comes to like that kind of thing, right? So, you know, what I've seen in the like this sphere of YouTube or the space is men will have a requirement like she needs to be in shape, this, that, and the third, and then they're out of shape. Do you think that's a balanced or a fair deal? And what would you suggest to men that are that way, that are just saying, hey, she needs to be in shape, she gotta be this, that, and the third, and then you take a look and he's not in shape?
He has to lead by example.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, because she's not gonna respect it. Like, you know, there are times when you can go to the gym with your lady and you're trying to give us some tips and she really ain't respecting you. But you know, she'll go to that class and stuff like that because you're not in shape. And so it's like, you know, who are you to try to tell her what she needs to work on when you're not in shape? So if you want that submission when it comes to her listening to you on these gym tips, then you got to lead by example.
Or I will say, you got to continue what it was that attracted her to you. If you wasn't in shape and you got it with your bread, you got to keep your bread up. The bread can't be low. And then you say, nah, you got to get back in shape. No.
How you got it? How you keep her?
How you got her? Because
how you got her?
Out of
How
shape
you
when you
keep
met
her?
her. But I just had
Hey,
that
big
bag. So you know what I'm
simping.
saying? So as long as you upkeep that bag, you could demand what you want to demand because it's validated.
Yeah.
But if you start going down on the bag and then you getting on her about the weight, you got to go sit in the corner because that don't
not adding
add up.
When the last time we went out to that restaurant?
AC stand for
sit in the corner.
How you got them is how you keep them.
Like,
you
want me to bust it wide open? You ain't even bought me. You know, when the last time you bought me a purse?
Why the bank account say negative something?
Yeah, that's what your relationship was based off of. Yeah. That's it. Like, but my relationship, it's not me and my wife. Man, y'all got to understand. This year, me and my wife will be married for 22 years. We've been together for 25 years. We didn't.
Shout out to you.
We did been through. We passed the other stuff that's issues in people's relationships. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. We gonna die together.
Man, what y'all know about living forever?
Hey, y'all, I want to kind of calm through these last two real quick. Get them likes up. Make sure y'all get them likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. Does character of the person matter more than the image? Does the character of the person matter more than the image?
Yes.
1000%.
Yes. Because just like they can
feel like they're synonymous.
No, it's not. Anybody can present an image to you of what they want you to see. Just like B say, bro, look, that interview, hey, your phone voice. You know what I'm saying? That interview, that person, that representative you put up in front of, you know, the person you trying to impress could be totally different than what you really are. Everybody can fake it. Everybody can.
So is that really?
You can't fake character.
So is that your true image though? Like if you're putting on, is that really your image?
It's a manufactured image. The image could be manufactured. It's not necessarily about whether, in this context, it's not necessarily about the image being authentic, right? It's like when you get into these relationships, people present that they don't give you the best version. They give you their representative first. You're meeting their representative, then you begin peeling back the layers. So not 1000%. I didn't hear what you said, Humble Dad, but
I was just saying your character, you can't fake character.
You can't fake character.
You are. That's not what you presenting. Like your image is what you're presenting. Again, you're selling the dream, right? Your character is who you are when shit get ugly. You see what I'm saying? And now, and that's why I said I talk to everybody. Yeah. I believe in hearing everybody out because everybody has something they can pass on to you. Like my wife's granddad, because I didn't know my granddad. My wife's granddad, he was 87 when he passed. Ate rats back in the Great Depression. Man had a 4th grade education, the smartest man I knew. Smartest man I know, could tell you about anything, but he couldn't read. Right? So yeah, now you look, if you saw my granddad and this was crazy, right? Back in the day, the same thing they be talking about on make sure y'all check out Lapeef Left Talks, you know what I'm saying, on Thursday nights, right? But the same thing they be talking about on Lapeef. Hey, yeah, grandpa had a family back in the days down the street. He sure did. But that man took care of every one of his kids in 2 houses. Right? Taught me how to keep a woman. Taught me how to keep a woman. Right? No matter what nobody's saying, no matter what it looked like to his family, right? Because when his funeral, we went to his funeral, and I had to snap on a preacher because whoever told him, whoever gave him the information to talk about my grandpa was on bogus, right? They never talk about, oh, he had to. Daddy, everybody know what he did already. What is you doing? Y'all supposed to be celebrating this man's life. Who are you, right? Now, what was that man's character? The preacher, right? The image he put out to you was a good, wholesome man with a thing around his neck, right? And you can come give him, he take care of people. But what he really ain't on nothing, because you're going to sit up there and talk about this man on his bed. Your image is nothing without character. Y'all done seen it throughout y'all lives, bro. Creflo Dollar. All these so-called presidents that had y'all supposed to have everybody our best interests at heart. All these so-called black leaders that was put up in front of y'all to say, okay, this person is this person. Then you find out their character was garbage. But what is it about image again, though? It's simply a tool to get you to listen, to get you in the door, to make the right decisions. It's not the end game.
Bars.
What was that old tagline from the Sprite commercials? Image is nothing, thirst is everything. Obey thirst.
Really, you remember a lot, man. I don't know.
That's an
I
old
lived a
school
long
commercial.
time, man. I lived a long time.
No, he just be rewatching it. That's really what it be going on. Like, I know
Humble Dad a hater.
you hold your chin
Humble
a little
Dad is
bit
a
different
hater.
now, really. And you hold your chin a little bit different with that left hand, I see.
You know, your character lasts for a long time. Remember earlier I was telling people that standards and oftentimes people like to create one big list of what they want in somebody else, and they make this list. But actually, it should be 2 lists. It's one that's called character and one called preferences. Character is something that's usually ingrained and you stick with that for most of your life. Preferences change. Well, it's no difference really between image and character. You know, image changes. You get older, you get gray, you know.
You mean image and preference?
No, image and character, because I think the question is, does character of the person matter more than the image? And so the character, like everybody's saying, character does, you know, your image is what you present at the event. It's what you present at the office. It's what everybody can see, hear, and read from you. That's your image, right? But your character is what you are in the dark when no one's looking. And so that is what matters most. The image part can change year after year after year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go
ahead.
And so with me, this question, I'm taking it personally, not in a negative way. I'm just thinking about how I present myself and who I am as a person. They're synonymous to me, right? You guys' breakdown of what of both really does make sense. And I'm not here just to be, contrarian or combative or whatever the case may be. But in all honesty, what I present to you all as a whole, just as a young man, that's who I am. My character is a part of my image, to a large part. Like I don't know how else to be. So for me, it is synonymous, and again, everything was articulated well enough for me to understand the question and maybe the intention behind it. But for me as an individual, I would say both are synonymous. But if I have to take this outside of myself, I agree definitely with you all, because we see this time and time again with politicians. I think Ricky, like you were saying, we've seen it. We've seen it with Joe Biden. You know, he will display himself as this, that, and the third, and then say stuff like, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. We've seen it with Barack Obama, cool, suave, you know what I'm saying, for the people, just singing Amazing Grace, ain't do nothing for black people. You see it with so many different things, and I understand the question now. So I have two different answers. My answer on a personal level is no, that they're synonymous, because my character is exactly who it is that I present it to be. And if you want to check on that, like do some Jonathan Barronville, you know, investigative, check my tax returns, you can.
Nope.
I'm just a young broke man with some character. I'm broke and dusty with some character. That's all.
The thing of it is,
And
if
what's
they
number
were synonymous, then we would have better leaders, right? Because
I agree. I
you
agree.
see what I'm saying? So that's what we're trying to build. I know I am, is trying to build where your character is your image and you're having good character. And so that, you know, for black, and we're talking about black men, you know, we don't have a good image because of the people that we hold in esteem don't have good character, you know? So if you have good character, it will be your image, right? It will be your image. And so that's why it's more important to build your character more than it is to build your image.
I tell you
Well,
what,
humble
man.
dad, that character. See, this is the distinction that I make when we talk in this character and image. And Shannon, I understood what you were saying, boss. How you was breaking it down, but character is internal. The image should be the reflection of what manifests from your internal, right? So that, to me, Cheeky, they're not synonymous. They may be linked. They may be linked, but they're not synonymous. And it's, I mean, it may be a distinction without a difference, but that's the distinction that I make. That character is internal. What manifests externally is the image. And sometimes the two don't match.
Okay. I see. I can see that. That makes sense too.
They should match, but sometimes they don't.
That makes a lot. Yeah.
They don't.
So I tell you what, the more I think about it, I'm kind of going back and forth on what's most important in today's era. I think like ideally, what y'all are saying is 1,000% right, but in today's era,
That's
shit,
not the way it is. Yep.
exactly. Image is
Man.
everything. Image is everything.
Hey.
Because if you look at a lot of these celebrities, right, and which is why if you notice, like if you really pay attention, the biggest celebrities, they don't do interviews. They don't really make too many public statements on or get their opinion on too many things, right? They put their content out and they go hide. And they don't say nothing else. Why? Is because a lot of them characters trash. But if you never see it, what difference does that make? My image is everything. My image is that I'm like this. So my image has people being fans of me, buying my product, buying my records, going to see my movies, listening to my music. But you'll never get the personable side of me because I may slip up and say something that's gonna reveal what my true image is, and now my whole business is in jeopardy. But if I master the act of portraying something and not necessarily having to stand on it, that's probably the key to success today. If we're gonna keep it G, the more
Image
I think about it.
sales. I see
Yeah,
you.
I mean,
But if you guys
Yes,
are talking,
sir.
but that's why we don't use celebrities, though, right? I mean, because that's just a fraction of a percentage of the does in our regular lives where everybody we deal with, we generally know personally. They get to know that character. It's not some celebrity that we see on a movie every once in a while we're driving down and catch them on a billboard, or we see what they tweeted. We're talking about people that we work with, that we live with, that we make love to, that we talk to, that we have as our neighbors. Those people get to see the character of you over time, right? So isn't for the average person, I mean, I get it, image is everything. Trust me, I get it. Perception is everything when it comes to celebrity and being popular and being a public image and a public figure. But how many people are public figures? How many people are celebrities? The average person the friends that we know, your crew, Trill, you know the character of those guys. So isn't it, would you agree? I'm asking that the average bear character does in fact matter more than image, because they deal with day-to-day average lives and average jobs and average people and average, day-to-day life, and they don't have to, they're not making a song, they're not dropping an album.
I would say, again, it depends on what you aspire to do. It depends on what you deem as successful, right? Because even regular guys, like if you look at the most successful people on the lower level, let's come down from celebrities. Let's go to like local politicians. Let's go to like local business owners, club owners, different things like that. A lot of these people, just like we spoke about earlier, are rarely seen or rarely made statements of. A lot of these people are getting, I ain't gonna go that far, but what Robert Kraft and these people got accused of doing. Deshaun Watson got accused of doing. A lot of these business owners and stuff are moving wild behind the scenes, but it's on the low. They done found a way to bring that cloak of mystery, that cloak of, what I'm saying? Like I'm talking a lot, but you can't really see my character per se. So I would say it depends on what your goals are. Let's take it down to like pulling women, right? If my goal is to have sex with a lot of women, I don't necessarily need character to do it. Imaging will get it done for sure. If I go out there and I rent that Maserati, and I go out there and I rent that Airbnb, and then I pull up to the club and bring her to my crib, my goal is accomplished, right?
Yeah, that's an
It didn't take
expensive
no
image
integrity
right there,
to do
bro.
it.
It is.
All image. And even when it comes to investments, like if you look at like a lot of these like sponsors and people that be giving like YouTube, like local regular YouTube people deals, a lot of these people is buying followers, like buying interactions, buying likes, buying comments. Again, imaging is everything necessarily. So again, if my goal is to win, or my goal is to smash women, or to make quick bucks, or whatever the case may be, image will get it done. Integrity is not necessary. Now to answer the question, should it be? Sure, but in this era, I don't feel like it's more important. I don't.
And that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, oh man, this bothers me. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Don't, just because it's rap good don't mean it's good for you. Just because it look good don't mean it's good for you. Right? So, I mean, that's all I got to say about it, man. Like, people sell it. There's people selling dreams out here, and there's people buying them every day. That's all I'm saying. It's people selling dreams. That's all I'm saying.
It is a new sucker born every day, and the people who learn how to manipulate these people are the most successful. It's unfortunate, but that's a fact. If you can learn how to manipulate these, because let's just be honest, most people are followers. Most people don't really think for themselves. Most people make decisions based off what the group think is, or based off what most of the people in my environment are doing. Right. So if most people in my environment are sheep, like I just said, and they willing to buy into whatever looks good, whatever has the right image, that person that's presenting that image is in power.
I gotta put just a little bit, bro. I gotta push back. I'm really sitting up here thinking about it. One of the things I say on this platform, any city I go to, ain't no smut on my name. I'm good wherever I go. You know what that's saying? Character. You know how many oofy goofies out here with these images, and then word gets around about their character? See, across any era, a man with a good name, i.e. character, that man is way more valuable than any image any Hollywood producer could manufacture on their best day, bro. I understand in this era it's microwave, it's satisfaction or gratification now, all these different things. But I'm gonna say it different than what Ricky was saying. To me, just because you pour syrup on it don't make it pancakes.
I think that's
very
the majority.
True. But when we talk about good name, right? Good name is relative to the people who are speaking on you. And if we're gonna keep it real, a lot of people will let a lot slide, turn a blind eye.
That's a bar.
People that they see or that they deem to be top tier. Like I done seen it happen. You got dudes that out here taking advantage of women, putting their hands on women, domestic abuse, but whatever. But because he got that bag, You'll never see me speak negatively on his name ever. Oh, yeah, that's a stand-up guy. That's this. So
I'm
again, all
telling
of that's
you.
relative. Like, you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, not
You
saying
just said
again,
he doesn't have a good character.
right. No. But what I'm
But
saying
he's
is
saying
I
he's
want to
winning
provide.
though. I said you're saying that he's still winning.
Right. Anyway,
with bad character but a good image, he's winning.
Exactly. That's my point. So
That's
that's
the
why
thing,
I say
really.
it
Like,
depends
what
on
are you
what your
saying?
goal is.
Nah.
Like because
I understand what
Rilla's
you're saying.
goal,
I'm just
hence it's the problem.
But this go back to what Humble
Dad
Dad said, because Humble Dad asks a very specific question, and I probed into where he was going. Success determines your who you are, right? Based on what you determine as or deem successful, will say a lot about who you are and what you place value in, right? So for the people who are really hooked into this, what Trill is talking about, to them they're successful, but to Rilla they are not, because his values and his morals doesn't align, his ethics don't align with what they would be considered unethical, but they do. So it's very subjective. The question itself is very general, and it's a good question in the sense of it'll get the conversation started and it can go wherever it needs to. But there's two different answers. That's why I can only answer for me personally. And after hearing what Chicago was saying, I would agree they're not synonymous, but one is a reflection of the other, right? So my character reflects or my image reflects my character, because they're linked, they're tied in together, but they're not synonymous. But this is a dope question, and I see where both sides are coming from. I'm leaning on Trill side because I see a lot of bum niggas who rap in Atlanta who really not that far, and I just got to keep it a beam. But since they got the image, and I'm like, bro, I can outbar, I can do everything better than you, but
what do you consider?
Yeah, but you ain't respecting them. See, so
who not respecting them? I'm respecting them. I respect the fact that they trash, but they got the image.
So again, this gets back to this circles the block right around to what do you consider winning? Right? What do you consider successful? Right? And again, this is how you figure out what's what with who's who. Right? People always tell on themselves. Right? You just got to listen. You got to let them talk enough to listen. But it's like I said, I honestly believe like it's different. It's different levels to everything. You got somebody like Shannon that puts back into his people, right? Who puts back into his people, who hire, if you come out there and show them, you got the gusto to make it happen, right? But it's still see people who will sit up here and preach and tell y'all the same thing Shannon's saying, hey, do this, that, who wouldn't give you a pot to piss in or a window throw, wouldn't pee on you if they saw you burning. Right? That's where that discernment comes. Everything that look good ain't good for us. Right. And that's all across the board. Men and women are like, ooh, females, they be like, ooh, I need a guy that's 6'1", 215 cut up. But y'all got to understand, with that type of man, with that image, if he doing it and he doing it well, he got options. Right. You ain't the only one. You not until he ready. You got a bad female out here, thick like Juju. You know what I'm saying? Brown chocolate skin, face looking off the chain, bro. Right? Unless you knocking that back like 4 Cadillacs and 4 flats, and you got that dough, bro. What you looking for? She fine, but her eyes is not what your heart can handle. Ladies, he fine, but his what your eyes see, where he is, your heart can't handle.
Or your booty. He can't handle that either. You know what I'm saying? Based off of what you described.
But that's real, man. Success. I feel like to answer the question in summary, I feel like success dictates which one is most important. There's plenty of successful people out here that, again, people turn a blind eye to. How long did R. Kelly was allowed to get away with that? They got him on camera and say, "Oh no, that wasn't him." Just because we love the music and he's just successful, right? And let's take it down to an even lower level. Promoters in the neighborhood.
Ultimately, where's R. Kelly at today? See, that's why I'm looking at the end goal, not so much the high point. But today,
but he got caught. Do you know how many people that just didn't get caught because they're not on the national stage like that? We talking about successful businessmen around here that's going to these massage parlors for much more than massages.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a whole infrastructure for them to do so. You know what I'm saying? Like, escorts, this, that, and the third. They got families taking care of their kids. These people out here got escorts galore. So that right there doesn't spell good integrity. But this man is a billionaire. This man got 50 million in the bank. Who gonna come out and say it?
So I guess the question is, what should we be teaching when we're talking to the people that are listening, right? Because it looks like you can win both ways. Right.
Mine would be, again, it depends on how you cut, but I will say this: if you want to do it with integrity, it's gonna take a little longer than if the integrity is not as important to you. Because more people out here are willing to make it by any means necessary. Let's use this social media stuff for example. It's people out here, companies, big companies, buying followers, buying views, buying this, that. It's zero integrity involved in that. It's all about imaging. If I put this artist out and we trying to market him, if every video he drop, we able to show, okay, he doing 100,000 or better view wise. Then again, most people are sheep. So they gonna go to YouTube, see he doing 100,000. Oh, who is this guy? Let me go tap in and see. So now that those 100,000 fake views are turning into real views over time eventually. And then they're going to catch up to each other. Now our marketing scheme worked. But you may have a underground dude with no kind of backing. He don't have the money to buy that following. He a better artist, but it's going to take him longer because he's not willing to break his integrity to get there. So my advice would be, it depends on how fast that you're trying to get there and what you cut from. But if you keeping it real, it's gonna take longer to get there than if you just moving based on what's best for me, convenience.
So Trill, quick question, and I know JR might want to move on. Does the means justify the end?
Again, that depends on how you cut. Depends on how you cut, man.
That's what Trill is saying. He's saying it really depends on the individual.
I promise y'all, I'm not lost in the sauce. I understand exactly what Trill's saying, and I know these things exist. I'm seeing it real time. So the same way you see it, I am seeing it. But I'm also, for me, I'm an eternal optimist, right? So I can look at and see what's happening, but that's not the value system that I live based on, right? So I'm gonna be up here saying, not a character. What I teach my sons, your character is gonna always matter more than your image. Your character should be, again, we just talked about it. Again, I just talked about character being internal, and then whatever that image is, that's an external reflection of what you've been pouring inside.
Mm-hmm.
Your character.
I don't care about here's to your point, Trill. And I agree with you. I know the labels are out here not only buying album sales, they buying streams and so on and so forth, right? Cool. You know why Cash Money, Ruthless Records, No Limit, they was so much more important? Because you're right, they did do it the long way. And those labels knew that those sales were real. Didn't have to buy early in those days, didn't have to buy those albums and stuff like that, because they knew those people in those regions with those sales, that was real. That's character. And that's what I'm always, I know what you're saying, Humble Dad. In a sense, I'm answering that question by staying on this point of character. That's what we should be teaching.
But wait. Which I get what you're saying. And I'm gonna provide a little pushback. A lot of these labels was started with drug money. Cash Money being one of them. No Limit being one of them, Rockefeller being one of them. So again, when we talking about ethics and integrity, right? If I'm just like Hov said, Hov said it himself, came into this motherfucker 100 grand strong.
Hey, but don't do that. Don't do that, though.
All off of GPEX. Like that's real. That's what he said.
Hey, I know, but AC, if we want to keep it thorough, bro, and I know people hate when we do this, but a lot of your major companies that y'all shop at and get y'all players from was started with dope money.
That's what I was about to get to next. That's what I'm saying. So again, when you say, does the end justify the means? Depends on how you cut. That's why I say that. That's why I say that to say. Because if you look at some of the, some of the most successful businesses, like they was started the wrong way. You look at the Kennedys. Joe Kennedy wasn't out here working no regular job.
Joe Kennedy was out there with the mob running liquor back in the days, bro. He was a nigger.
But but my son became president of the United States, and my other son almost was there, and we filthy rich. So does the end justify the means?
Hell yeah.
Sound like
I
power.
bought that presidency. I bought that presidency
That's
fair
what
and square.
this is what I keep
All I'm
saying.
saying.
This is what
That's all I'm saying, bro.
That's exactly why I asked the question.
This is what I'm saying. So what is it to
Yeah, I
you?
know, man. Humble dad with the mental gymnastics.
What is it to you, right? What's more important to you? Is people more important to you, right? Because to me, the one thing I learned in my life, especially doing sales, and hey, it's all about relationships, right? You get the right relationship, money gonna come. Money is simply a product of having good relationships with people doing the right things. That's all money is, right? Right. But I would rather get to know a person's character. I'm gonna get to know you first before we even ever get into some money talk. Right? But if you coming off and money is if that's your only goal, you're gonna be chasing that goal forever. You're gonna chase forever. What do men with power want more of?
Power. That's real.
Power.
I would say, that's the challenge that it is in teaching individuals when they see two ways of getting to the same goal and both of them work. I would say it like this, though. For the common man, character is sustainable.
Common man.
To the common man, character is what's going to sustain you and sustain your business, your relationships, your marriage, your whatever it is that you're aspiring to have, where image is not, because you're going to always have to keep it up. You know what I'm saying? For the common man, I'm not talking about, the entertainers and whatnot, but most of us are pretty average as it relates to won't be famous and things of that nature. So I would preach more of character, because that's definitely who I would want my daughters to marry, and for my sons to marry as well. Somebody that has great character, not somebody that put together a really good image.
Humble dad, real quick. You're right. For the common man, you're 1,000% right. But my only question to that would be, how many people want to be just common?
Yeah,
I was just about to say that.
Right. And what's crazy about that's why I asked the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, what is it that we want to teach here on this particular question? Because it's such a dope question, right? And you have two ways of getting to success or money, however you want to look at it. But what type of person are you will determine which way you spend them, where you get you spend the majority of your time trying to do. Are you trying to build your character, or are you trying to build your image? Because both will get you to the bag.
Yep.
Right.
Real.
And another thing too is you said everybody, is pretty much gonna stay average. Now me, I'm a star.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Nobody want to be common, bro. Nobody.
Say, listen, most people are common, bro.
Yeah,
that's
for
just
sure.
what it is.
But
you can say what you want to be.
Yeah,
the fact
it don't
is
matter
that
what they say. What they're doing is being common.
That's true. That's
why they're common. You know what I'm saying? Everybody says they want $1 million, but are they doing what's necessary to make it? If they ain't doing what's necessary, your action speaks louder than words. So if I have to pay attention to what people are doing, most people want to be average because that's what they're doing. Being average. That's why
we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna say most people want to be average. We're not gonna.
No, listen. Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Everybody says they want to be a superstar.
Right.
Everybody says they want to have a successful entrepreneurship business. Everybody says they hate their job and want to quit. Everybody says they want a model wife. Everybody says they want a guy with a six-pack is 6 feet tall and makes 6 figures. What are they doing? I know what people say.
They want to be average.
This is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. They are taking a lot of times unethical steps to get there, but failing. That doesn't mean that I want to be average. That means that the shortcuts I'm trying to take are not working. So I'm failing. It's a big difference. That? Yes. Ooh, like people going to work, you showing up to your job late, cheating that clock. That's not ethical. But I'm doing it. I'm trying to take as many shortcuts as I possibly can to get to an extraordinary level. But I'm failing. Doesn't mean that I want to be average. Just that my ways are not working.
That's gonna be a tough one, man. I think most people want to be average.
Based on their action.
I'm gonna tell you based on listen to me, Trill.
I travel the world. I talk to people.
Listen to me. I worked in India for 6 months, bro. Like most of them have the same work ethic that as we do over here. You know, and then I've also taught middle schools. I taught
And they got
and I
holidays.
taught college.
A lot.
And the
Most
majority
people
of the
want a
people in my
job.
class,
Most people
my
want a
classes,
paycheck on Friday.
more than like they don't want to. They just want to pass. You know what I'm saying?
But,
They're not even trying. Like they don't even do the cheating to try to get to the A. Like they just like, listen, as long as I pass, I'm good.
Keep the head down low.
Most
My
people
401k.
want a paycheck and stuff, but a lot of that is out of ignorance. It's not necessarily because I just want to be. It's because I don't know a successful businessman, or I wasn't given the tools. Hey, this is the right way to do it. So all I've ever seen was people get up and go to work or sell drugs and break the law. So it's ignorance.
Okay.
It's
I see what you're saying. You're saying that most people want to be successful.
Is that I'm just ignorant to it.
So you're saying most people want to be successful. It's just that they don't know how to get to it.
Exactly.
And they're failing in trying to get to it.
Bingo.
Okay. I'm not gonna disagree with that. I understand the point. You know what I'm saying? I ain't getting no yes or no, but you know what I'm saying?
Right. I'm saying that they don't even make the effort. He said Trill is saying that most people make the effort to do so and they're failing. I'm saying most people don't even. I said Trill is saying that most people, the majority of people, are making the effort and they're just falling flat on their face. I'm saying most people ain't even making the effort. They're fine with most people are complacent. They are content with being average. They want a job. They got the job. They want their retirement. They want their 401k, and they want that paycheck every 2 weeks to drop in on that direct deposit. And they have an average. They want a Honda Accord. They want the basics, and that in their actions is showing it, and they're fine. That is most people. And then you have the elites that actually make it happen. Then you have a certain selective amount of people who actually attempt to do it, and it's failing for them. But the average, most people that's in traffic every morning, right? You know, that's causing a jam. Most people that go to McDonald's, most people are average and are fine with being average.
And then and I'll say I think the point that we disagree on is the effort part. A lot of people deem effort to try to get there as me taking shortcuts, as me taking PPP loans, as me selling drugs, as me taking shortcuts to get there. That's their idea of effort. Your idea of effort is actually doing things that are tangible to actually get to where I'm going. And I'm saying that a lot of those people are ignorant to the right ways to try to give the right effort that you are talking about. So they are taking shortcuts and they are considering that effort. I'm going to work this regular job, so I got a solid, safe foundation. But while I'm doing it, I'm going to apply for this PPP loan. I mean, that's effort. So I think that's the part that we disagree on. And it's cool. We can agree to disagree, but that's just how I see it.
I mean, in that part of the game, I think
most people ain't selling drugs.
Selling drugs as an analogy. There's plenty of people selling a lot of things that are illegal. We can count on that.
When we talk about that, though, I just think again, a lot of us have been influenced to remain as guinea pigs, and it's just like Shannon said, people get comfortable in that, and that's all they want. So that's all some people want.
Yeah, most people, we are a colonial species. Most people just want a leader and want to be told what to do. And I'll do it. Most people are just average. That's why they're average. But okay, I got you.
All right. That's good conversation, y'all. I had a couple questions. I think I might just skip to this one real quick. Does age automatically command respect?
No. No one command. Let me clarify. No one commands respect. You should give respect is given off bat. It's up to you for that respect to be taken away. It's up to you. I respect every man I meet off bat. Now, what you do after that, that's what we gonna see.
Oh, everybody starts with an A in the beginning of the class.
Absolutely.
It's up to you to keep it.
Absolutely.
That's the whole problem. People keep respect ain't earned is not given. No, you respect everybody, bro. You don't know where nobody came from.
Respect is lost, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Got somebody that says define respect.
Right? Respect simply, I mean,
respect.
Valuing a person's opinion and outlook, their perspective. right?
that.
To me,
I would say respect is an admiration, a courtesy given, a grace given to someone who's earned it through actions, character, or behavior. I didn't look this up. This is just my definition of what I think it is.
Oh, really?
You got Google on the next screen, man. You're not fooling nobody.
Y'all both haters. I can't
I'm the
see
one
no respect
Googling.
for you. No respect
Hey, you
for
remember he
you.
said he memorized the dictionary.
Shout out,
Disrespect, dishonor to your family.
shout out to Atlanta Metro.
Dishonor to your
I see you,
family.
Panther, over there.
I don't
see
care.
you, Panther.
Nah, but
he's
Ado,
actually
real
spot
rap.
on with the definition. Just let me read it real quick, because I think we may agree on this one. This is the second one on Google. Due regard for the feelings, rights, or tradition of other. So due regard, and in that first definition did include admiration, but I don't know that we'll all agree on this. So it says a feeling of deep admiration for someone or something, elicited by their abilities, yada yada yada. So it does have a that sense of admiration, but I think the second one is probably more in line with what we're talking about in this portion of the conversation, which is due regard for the feelings, wishes, rights, or traditions of others is what respect means. Is that fair?
yes.
Shout out to my pops who gave me a dictionary.
Listen, I was gonna
this summer.
say you better give a shout out to your
Malcolm
pops
X.
after you drug him under the bus.
I didn't drag him. I just told my truth.
Yeah, you talked about him. What's his
Yeah,
number?
but-
So we can call him right now. What's his
but-
number?
404. Hold on, I probably should put it
I
out.
don't care.
But he would tell you, like, I had these conversations with him, like, Pops, you really set me up for failure.
I
Like,
don't care.
So
yeah.
with Ricky says that everybody starts off with respect and it's up to you to maintain it. You can lose it. I get that. I think that's true for people of high moral character. Right? We just talked about character. I think people like Ricky does that. At the same time, I don't think a lot of people possess that high moral character that Ricky has. And so unfortunately, I think some people have to earn respect, because if that's the case, strangers wouldn't be disrespecting strangers.
Yeah, and I hear you. I hear y'all on that, right? But again, to me, so if we peep a scenario, to me, if that type of scenario happened, the respect I was gonna give you get pulled off GP. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna approach you as a man. What's up with you? You see what I'm saying? How you doing, bro? Everything good? So if you take that and you take, I hate to see what a word is, my affection, because that's really what it is, me being reasonable with you, and you throw it out the window, then you lost my respect.
Yeah, but what about the people who says fuck you and they haven't heard a word from you yet? You haven't even said nothing. You just walking.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but they didn't lose anything. They just sitting on the bus.
Same
They
thing.
just. What do you mean the same thing?
It's the same thing.
he just repeated it.
Right. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, because it ain't got nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
This is what's wrong with everybody. Y'all worried about what other people. It ain't got nothing to do with you. It's how I react to you.
Right.
Right? How are you gonna know that you disrespecting me?
Because I called you a nigger, because I spit on you, because I bumped into you and I didn't care, because I slammed, because I stole your money, because I robbed you, because it's 100 different ways.
Right.
I could show you. Somebody could show you that.
Right. So with that being said, right?
And I didn't hear it. By the way, I never talked to you. I just did those things to you.
So with that being said, you not even knowing me as a man, then that means the respect that I was gonna have, or me and you get to talking and getting to know each other as men, that I would give you is already pulled.
Yeah, I think you should have respect for all people, and then from there, they're gonna let you see their character. They're gonna let you see who they are. But if you're saying off top, like I'm already be disrespectful to this person, or I don't like this person off top, then they have a long way to go to get to the respect part. You know, you should respect people just off the top, and then let them.
I don't
and then
even
allow and then show, and they're gonna show you themselves.
It's what people. It's not
I
about what that
think
person does. It's how how you react, right? It's how you react, and the appropriate. If you come off with me wild, I'm gonna come off of you wild. You're gonna get the same energy, right? You're gonna get the same energy. But again, if you trying to meet as men, how can, like I said, I don't understand how people could just get up there and somebody you don't know just disrespect them when you don't know what they've been through or what they're capable of.
That's
That
because
don't
you
make
got
sense
high.
to me.
That's because you got high character.
That don't make
That's
sense.
because
well,
But you
see,
should.
the thing that I think like I don't want to get confused on is courtesy. Like I'm courteous to everyone. Like I will treat people equally, but respect is something that is in high regard that only a select few get through earning it. Right. The reason why an elder I can say I respect my elders is because my elders have set something in place that has caused some form of adoration or have earned a position in my life worth respecting. Every
So
human
would you
being
not
has
respect
courtesy.
a little kid?
Huh?
Would
Say
you
that
not
again?
respect a young kid, like a middle schooler?
I'd
You
show a young kid courtesy, and I would, and if that child is mine, then at that point I would say I maybe not maybe because it depends. I'm not a father, so it's hard for me to answer this. Because I've heard some men.
You don't have to be a father. I mean, you
Well,
talk to
no,
younger people.
Let me explain. I've
Okay.
heard some fathers say that I've learned a lot from my kid, and I admire that my child has a mind that is just adaptable, right? So in that form, I could see them going, I respect my child in the mind that he has, right? Like for example, my father respected me when I was younger because he understood who I was and my mindset, right? And that's something that was very particular to me in him because I'm his child, and through me coming from him, he understood who I was and who he raised me to be. So his respect for me started at an early age because I guess I earned it through, I don't know, being just his offspring or being part of his legacy. Like you get what I'm saying? Like I can't really answer that, and I can't answer as to why because I hadn't been put in that position.
I'll ask you a different question.
Okay, go ahead.
Question.
Yeah.
Who on the panel do you not respect and why?
I mean, you keep it 1,000 out too, Chicky.
I don't respect
down.
JR Beard sometimes, man. It just seems like it
You
takes
see how
up
you
so
gonna
much
play?
space.
You are playing. I'm like,
Okay,
asking you,
I'll answer the question.
you feel me?
I don't not respect any of you all, but that's based off of what you all have provided to me, right? Like you all may not seem like you know haven't done anything, but I've gleaned a lot of wisdom from you guys speaking, right? And that's something that I take in high regard. And because I have that in high regard, you guys have earned my respect because I haven't heard any of you all say anything foolish. You don't sound like some of the OGs that I know up on the corner on Chapel Hill. I mean not Chapel
But
Hill,
did
but
we earn it? But real quick, Chicky, did we earn it? Because now what you're saying lines more with what Ricky. Did we already have your respect and we just maintained
no,
it?
because I didn't know y'all. How can I respect somebody I don't know? Like I've seen
because
you all
that's why.
enough.
Because okay,
I've seen you all repeatedly. See, you guys didn't just outright. I don't know y'all. If I keep it a bean, y'all on YouTube, y'all could be a bag of crap, and I wouldn't know. The reason why I wouldn't know because I don't know y'all. But what I'm saying is and this goes back to the image thing, based off of what you all have been displaying on these YouTube streets, based off of your stories and your accounts. I follow all of y'all just to make sure. Because I'm one of those who sniff around like this nigga fake. I can't believe it. I'm waiting for those moments. So I can just go, I knew.
Hold on. So that means that when it comes to elders, do you respect them off top because they're elders?
No,
or
because
you don't respect them because you don't know them?
Well, because what is an elder? You have to think of the role of an elder. Just because you old don't make you an elder. Elders had a role in the community. They did something. Most of these people that are old, I don't know y'all. Just because you old don't mean you got a right to say something to me.
So you only respect people that you know, is what you're saying.
I only respect people that I have vetted and I can have I can get some form of information from.
So then how do you treat the people that you don't know?
I treat them with a common courtesy. I treat them like a human being. because
So
that's what's supposed
there's a basic level. So
that's
everybody gets a
respect.
basic
Level of
basic.
respect. A basic
respect.
level
Okay,
of
if you want to call look, if you
what it is.
want to call it respect, that's fine. I'm not gonna get caught up in semantics. I don't care. I'm just saying that there's a difference between what I think,
I don't care.
you know, what I hold as a regard versus like I refuse to let some old man I don't know, have no idea about his life, his character, his being, tell me something and I just run with it. It's not happening. That
No,
means
that's not what
there's
I'm
a lack of,
referring to. I'm just saying off the
that
top,
means
you just respect them, just in general, before they begin to speak.
I will give you if you want to say
I'm
respect,
dying to hear
sure.
what Trill got to say, because this bobblehead.
Go ahead, Trill, bro. Because if you want to say respect,
hey,
sure,
in India that means yes.
Let me
Hey,
explain
in India
something,
that
man.
means yes. Trill, by the way.
Explain something, man. I think we are getting caught up. We are differentiating between common decency and actual respect. I feel like respect means that I look
Easy, Trill.
not.
Don't son him, Trill. Don't
I
son
mean,
him.
look, man. At the end of the day, I feel like respect is that I admire you. I admire something about you.
Thank you.
But in terms of a stranger, I feel indifferent to you. I don't feel like I can I don't respect people that I feel indifferent to. And if I don't know you, I feel indifferent. You can get hit by a car tomorrow. It doesn't change my life at all. I look at the news clipping and damn, that's messed up. And I keep scrolling. Like it has zero effect on me. I feel indifferent to you. Respect is not indifference. And I feel like that's what we disagree in. And in terms of an old dude just getting respect just because he old, hell no. You have to demonstrate to me that you are a real OG, because it's a lot of old OGs that's really just old niggas
Fake
that's trying to live
OGs, bro.
vicariously through you and stuff that they didn't accomplish when they was younger. So now I feel like I'm up here, I got this, that, so I can just say anything and get away with it because I'm older. No, you do not. No, you cannot.
Thank you.
What have you demonstrated? What have you built? What have you shown? What type of what does your track record say? That's where you get respect from me from. And if you don't have that, I don't give a damn. You could be 60 or 16. I don't respect you at all. Respect is earned. Respect is a steady track record of consistency, of high moral character, of whatever you deem as high moral character, or what I deem in this term, because I'm talking of high moral character. And that can be exhibited through conversation. That can be exhibited through me just watching how you move. You're a stand-up dude. You raise your family. You know, you done gave some advice or something to advance the next generation. Something like that has to be done before I respect you. If that's not the case, then I feel indifferent. I'm not going to disrespect you unless you disrespect me. But
we go.
I can feel indifferent to you and not respect you. So that's my view on that.
And this transcends all cultures. It's not just a black thing. So think of the monks in Asia. Think of elders in the Jewish community, rabbis. Think of our pastors. Think of our teachers. You can go no matter what country you go to. Everything that Trills just said transcends everything. And so I hear what you're saying, Ricky, when you're saying, look, everybody starts here. It's up to you to maintain that. I understand that concept 100%. But I think what Trill is saying is that really respect, or is that just a common decency? I think that's what Cheeky was saying. Is that just common decency? You all good until you not all good. But when it comes to high esteem on somebody, when I respect you, is because you have offered something to the community, to my family, to me directly. You've said something, you've done something, you've shown something that commands my respect for you, as opposed to you're just a person that's on the transit, just another person hanging on the transit waiting for your next stop. And I just respect everybody on this fucking train. No, I'm cool with everybody on this train. I'm fine with you guys, but I don't necessarily respect you because I don't really know you guys yet. But what if I get to know you, then I respect you at that point.
Nah,
so
yeah, look, watch that, watch. You know what? I don't agree with you, but I respect it.
I like how you twisted that. I like how you twisted that.
Now he finna go to the bathroom. Get up and go to the bathroom.
I like how he twisted that.
But me and Trill sound like we saying the same thing. That's why. That's why I was like,
the question is, does age automatically command respect? And the reality is, respect is earned. Respect is earned.
Right? Like that's only fair. That's fair. I think that's a fair assessment to do.
I think. Listen, and I'm interested in this because I think, I'm of a different generation, and I was raised different, man. I was raised different. I agree 1000% with what Ricky's saying. I agree 1000%. Now, I'm not saying what is. I understand when Trill is speaking, when Cheeky's speaking, and what Shannon is articulating. That's the battle between two generations right now. Because what you see with a lot of the young bloods, there are some OGs that come into the space and assume just because I'm a particular age, like you gotta listen to me. You gotta listen to me. I don't agree with that. But I was also taught and raised when when somebody older than you is in the space, there's a certain way that you treat them.
Hey, really.
I'm not talking about adoration, worship, or admiration. I'm not talking about that.
Really?
Because the second, just really quick, Trill, the second definition that I read was due regard for a person's wishes, rights, and or traditions. That's not that. What are they doing to earn that for me to give them a due regard? What do they got to do to earn that from me, right? So when I see you off top, you get that. Now, if you mess around and F that up, then that's a different conversation. That's why I started with the definition first. So, Trill, I wasn't trying to cut you off, but I didn't want to lose my train of thought. You know, I'm getting old, and it's late. It's way past my bedtime, and
no.
I got to go take care of my wife.
Nope.
I just wanted to say that one time.
Look how he threw that out there. He couldn't wait.
I like it. His wife.
Hey, though, just real quick. All I was gonna say is that what really is saying is real in terms of, like, you know, it's a lot of old dudes come on, especially platforms like this, and expect you to just listen to them. And not only that, which is what I was gonna interrupt and say, but they'll come on these platforms and disrespect you just because you're younger. And then you're supposed to just take that to the chin. No, I'm not taking that to the chin. Don't get me wrong. I understand that it's a lot of, you know, people was raised how they was raised. It sounds like Rilla was raised. Hey man, respect your elders. Whatever they say, you know what I'm saying? You just got to keep that in perspective. They older, they done lived and whatever. So, you know, even if you don't take the advice specifically, you can just walk away from it. You know, whatever. Hey, bro, you got it. And then just walk away and talk your stuff on the other end. That sounds like how you was raised. And I get that 100%. But I feel like, again, if you coming in and we having a conversation, it's cool. But if you come in and you feel like you can just disrespect me or just denounce everything I'm saying simply because I'm young, then that's what we're gonna have a problem.
And that's what
I would have that same problem. That's what I was. I'm sorry.
Right.
Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Like everybody. It's not common courtesy to me. When I grew up, you disrespect somebody, it was. You know, it's a price.
It's the cuffs,
right? It's a price to be paid. That's what I mean when I say you give everybody respect off bat, right? But just like what y'all saying, that it's not you. They coming in cutting you off. The respect you have for them is ripped away without even giving you a reason. Now, like you just said, it's different if they came in and they got a viable argument and they talking with some sense and they going through the conversation as they supposed to as men. You're gonna give them a general respect, correct?
That's a fact. Matter of fact, I'm a be indifference to them because they didn't show me enough respect to talk to me like not like we on the same level, because that's not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But talk to me like I'm a grown man. Don't come in and talk to me like I'm a kid. I'm 30 years old. I don't care if you 50. I'm 30. I'm a grown ass man. You're not gonna sit here and talk down to me condescending like a child. No, I will disrespect you blatantly. I don't care where we are, if that's the case. Now, if we're gonna have a regular conversation, cool. I'm open to that. I'm open to being wrong. I'm open to, even if we disagree, giving deference, like, you know what, OG, you got it. Because you was respectful. And that and again, not to cut Ricky off, but that's one thing that I respect about y'all on this panel. None of y'all never gave off that type of energy. It's always a conversation. Even if y'all disagree with what I say, and I'm sure y'all disagree with a lot of what I say, y'all still got enough respect for me as a man to not disrespect me or not talk down to me in a condescending way. But a lot of older dudes don't have those kind of morals. So they come on these platforms, hear a young dude talking, oh, you 20, 23, 24, you don't know what you're talking about, shut up. Nah, ain't nobody's going to talk to me like that. I don't care how old you are. Period.
That makes sense.
That's my only point.
That's not what I was saying at all. Like, I was simply saying, when a person walks up to me, it's a respect factor until they open up their mouth. That's all I was saying. Because then I'm able to know how this conversation is gonna go and how I'm gonna have to talk to you or walk away, whichever one. So that's why I would say that I start off with respect. Because as a teacher, I told my students, listen, you lose your A. It's not me giving you your failing grade. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I approach it. But I understand your perspective, though, for sure.
And let me say this,
and you
too,
know
man,
we're gonna
because
disagree. I mean, it's happened several times, but we
let
still
me
good.
say this too, because I think it's important in the space, like especially being back at the crib, man. One of the reasons why I maneuver the way I do around these young bloods, and I probably show more respect to them off top, right? Because I want to disarm them. I want them, hey man, fam, been where you at, or whatever that looks like. I just want you to know you in a decent space having this conversation with me, fam. Hey, fam, I see you as a man doing your thing. I'm gonna respect you as a man off top. Where the rest of the conversation goes after that, then that is what it is. But I am genuinely interested in this disconnect between the older cats and the young cats. And what I keep hearing are the younger cats saying, well, they disrespected me. I just want to peel that back. If JR, if we got time, just a little bit more on this respect piece. I would love to hear from Cheeky and Trill, because y'all sound like y'all aligned on this particular point. What are the OGs missing? What are these old bastards missing?
See, like that, I wouldn't say, because I would be.
I would. I'm one of them, so I'll say it.
I get okay. Well, I'm not calling you that. All right, like let's make it clear. Cheeky ain't say that about none of y'all, none of the old people on the nowhere in the world. Nobody
Somebody gonna come out tomorrow, like, man, like what really say? Man, that old bastard said.
Hey,
I ain't say that.
Just make sure you say old dirty bastard.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, ODB, man.
Rest in peace. All right, so the definition of courtesy, right, is the showing of politeness in one's attitude and behavior towards others, right? That is what I would. That's why I said I'd be courteous to them, right? Respect is something I will put in a higher regard. And the problem with elders, people that are older think that they're elders, and that's not always the case. People that are older, are older. But the thing that gets in the way is the superiority complex. That is the problem. Superiority complexes get in the way of so much. Instead of you being a teacher, you are a dictator. And in conversation, that's not going to work, because if you have a conversation, it goes both ways. I talk and you talk, but you show me the same decorum that I show you, and there won't be any problems. Because
Cheeky,
that means go ahead.
Shouldn't you start off with the way Ricky said? Shouldn't you start off if you haven't talked, you haven't heard, your ears haven't heard a word from his mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't you start off with the respect and allow him to lose that, as opposed to, you know what, I'm gonna just give you common courtesy and then you got to earn it? Shouldn't you say, well, I already know that you've been on this planet twice as long as I've been on this planet. You're 50, I'm 25, you're double my age. With that alone, I should put you here. Soon as you speak, you get to either remain here, you can go higher if you say something cold-blooded and I love it, or you can drop, especially if you come out trying to make it seem like you the boss and all this and you ain't have to show me no receipts. Shouldn't you already start with the fact that he's older and say, I'm gonna start you up here. I'm not gonna start you where I'm gonna start my homie that's 27.
Here's the problem.
Okay, go ahead, break it down.
This, right? The problem with this is I'm aware of our situation. If we're gonna be specific to Black people, we're at the bottom. That means at some point leadership failed. With generation. With generation. It didn't start with me.
Talk that talk, G.
All I'm saying, if I'm keeping it a buck, and if I keep it for real,
niggas is fucked up.
All I'm saying is, if I'm keeping it a buck, and I keep it for real, I didn't cause this problem. I came into the world with the problem. Again, which means that there has been a misdelegation of authority and a lack of leadership and control under somebody's guidance, and it ain't been mine. So you're telling me because you've been on this earth twice as long. You telling me you've been on this earth twice as long,
and you got enough wisdom, but yet we're in the position we're
Right.
in. I have a problem. I
Right.
understand why black women are upset with black men, and I have an understanding why black men are getting upset with black women. But guess
Right.
what? It started with somebody's generation.
Right.
And it wasn't mine.
Hey, shout out to you. You know I gotta give it to him. Hold on.
All I'm saying is,
like, where you get your claps from, man? Them bad boys be long.
Hold on, Cheeky. No disrespect, right? But who says you ain't gonna be in the same spot in 20 years? This is why you gotta listen.
Then we get to blame
Here's
you.
why. Here's
We get to
why.
blame you.
Here's why. Here is why. I can answer that very, 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 very specifically, because my father is that elder. He earned his position and his right to be involved in my life and have words and dictation through his life and his outcome. I don't know you. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you believe. You do realize there's people on these YouTube streets that are our elders saying we should go bust down a bunch of chicks because we're supposed to have that experience.
Ignore them.
That's what I'm saying. And this is what I'm talking about, right? It don't matter if that person is, you could still learn something from them. That's the honest to God truth, bro. You can learn something. You can learn wisdom, or you can learn the right way not to do something. Right? But like I said, it's not in, the problem is, like, everybody got their lane. I need y'all to listen to me. Everybody has their lane, but don't nobody want to forgive nobody because everybody think they better. You got to forgive them, bro. You got to forgive them, because if not, you ain't going to never be the best person best version of the person you could be, because you only getting your information from one source. That means you only got one lane to move in. Right? Respect is simply extending what you would want somebody to extend to you. Now, if they feel the opportunity, if they took that opportunity to disrespect you, then I already know what it is. I already know what it is. No, an elder does not guarantee them a place to be able to, shouldn't no man be able to talk down to no man unless you want to go out there and do what's up with these things. 50, 40, 30, 20, 18. But because you see something a certain way and you can't forgive a person, respect is given off bat, bro. It's up to them to take that respect that you got for them. It's up to them to do that. And they can't be mad at you for the way you react about it. Disrespect will get you killed. Keep telling y'all want to know the rules to this game. It ain't no game. It ain't about not knowing nobody from nowhere, bro. You a man just like him. You peace standing up the same way I do. I respect you until you give me a reason not to. And if that first interaction is you bumping into me and I say, bro, excuse me, bro, you ain't see me here, and you come out bogus, then you about to get bogus back. What's happening? Right? But I'm gonna give you that chance, bro. I give anybody a chance. Every time I got into a scrap when I got grown, I ask them, you sure you want to do this, bro? Right? What's happening? Right? You gonna apologize? I'm gonna apologize. What? But all I'm saying is that bro, we gotta forgive each other, bro. That's where it all starts. Black people, we so busy not trusting each other from the right and the left, bro. We gotta start forgiving each other. And I'm not saying everybody is worth that. I'm not saying it, but for us to get to the people we need to get to, bro, we got to start doing that.
But see, Ricky, just real quick, man, because and again, I'm not saying nothing you're saying is wrong. You're saying in terms of forgiving. I feel like what Cheeky said is spot on. A lot of young dudes, again, we will be more open to this forgiveness thing if the older men came into it with a bit more humility than they do. But they don't have humility. A lot of them don't. Now, again, it's a lot of OGs you run into on this platform that do, and that's why it's easy to have a conversation with, like you one of them. Bill is one of them. Jr. Humble Dad, Shannon is one of them. We can have
I ain't
simple
no elder
conversations.
now.
I'm gonna ask.
You know what I'm saying? But it's just, you know, no, but I mean, just as old in comparison to
Just
me.
messing with
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is this, right? There's a level of humility there. There's a level of common decency there. But a lot of older dudes literally walk around entitled on top of what Cheeky said. Y'all putting us in this position that y'all put us in. So it's like a lot of young dudes feel like we not gonna bow to you being entitled.
Yeah,
when you got us in the
Yeah, you
situation
should.
that we in now. You know what I'm saying? That's all he's saying.
B, and I'm not. And please, if I'm coming off that way, I apologize because that's not my intent.
Oh,
Like,
no, it's all good,
yeah,
bro.
like
I already know.
my responsibility is to set an example.
Right.
All right. Like I said, like my boy said, I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
You already know.
So my job is to set an example. I can't, but like I said, those people, at a minimum, even if I went through it, and I've had those situations, I'm still gonna listen to what they got to say. And then if they come off wrong, that's just what it is. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
And here's the thing though, Ricky. Here's the other piece to it, Trill. Forgiveness is never for the benefit of that person. Forgiveness is for you. See, with Ricky talking about, see, you were saying, Trill, well, the qualifier is we would be more willing to forgive if the OGs, if the OGs were more humble. I don't take issue with that per se, but here's the deal. You ever been in a situation and somebody that you know can't hold weight against you trying, you ever give somebody a pass and it's almost like, family, like, you got it. Because you don't even know who you don't have an idea who you fucking with right now. You understand what I'm saying? Hate to say it that way, but it is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, that forgiveness in the way that I understand it was taught about forgiveness ain't about them. It's more or less for me. Right?
That's especially for you, B, because I already know, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Vindictive, Mr. Hey, it ain't gotta happen now. You know what I'm saying? I already know, man. You know what I'm saying? But that stuff take energy from your focus and what you really need to do. And again, I'm not, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with what y'all saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not disagreeing with what y'all saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, and I'm not even saying this is y'all, but most people, especially most young men, aren't, what's the word I'm looking for? Magnanimous enough to even look at it a different way.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of people have somebody sitting up there, an old head speaking truth to them right there in front of them, but because whatever reason they don't want to listen. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Right.
But as with anything, you got to be able to separate the tails from the wheat. You got to know who's good for you and who's not. And I think that's for everybody, right? But I'm saying we should all go at least into the conversation with some general respect and an open mind. Now, if a person ripped that away from you,
wait, and let me say this one last thing, and then I'm gonna pipe down. Listen, man. For the OGs, man. What Cheeky said is, I mean, he got a point. Now I know on our end. Now here's the thing, Cheeky. I could say on my end, I ain't asked for this shit either, fam. Right? I didn't ask for this. I was born just like you. Right? I could sit up there and tell you all day when me and my guys, we came into knowledge of self, this, that, and the third, woo. We started looking back at the generation like, yo, y'all dropped the baton. We never got a chance to hold them old niggas accountable, fam.
All the way back to slavery.
We ain't never get the chance to buck up and poke your chest out. We ain't never get that chance. And I'm not saying, what I'm saying for the OGs, we do have to reach back and understand that at some point somebody gotta kill this generational curse, fam. We can't keep finger pointing and passing around and, well, these young boys ain't listening. Well, y'all OGs on bull. OGs, y'all gotta reach back earnestly and we gotta listen. Me, when I'm dealing with the young bloods, man, I listen way more. I know I know. I listen way more than I'm speaking because I need to know how to direct that conversation with them. If I'm going to have influence and impact, if I'm going to connect with them. So OGs, we do owe that to them to survey the room and be mindful of how we come in. You can't come in hot like that, man. Can't come in 38 hot. I'm not saying to anybody in particular. I'm saying I know what you and Trill are talking about, Cheeky, but it's different. Trill, you right. We had the OGs, even the winos on the block, fam. The way I was raised, yeah. You don't disrespect folk like that, period. They somebody too. Now to Cheeky's other point, those elders and those people that were older, they didn't outright blatantly disrespect people. Like it just wasn't Wild Wild West. So I get it. But my other question, Cheeky, and you can go ahead and get yours off, it or Trill, whichever one of y'all want to answer. Is it possible that this generation is a little bit more and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, I'm asking an honest question. Is this generation a little bit more soft and in their feelings?
Yes. Okay. This generation is a little bit more softened in their feelings, but what is the causation of it?
Well, it's the same thing that every generation is saying.
But the thing is this is not a instant deterioration of respect. This is a gradual deterioration. This didn't, again, like this, each generation started losing more and more respect because each generation has gotten progressively worse. So under what circumstance do I as an individual have supposed to have this deep-seated respect for elders without even having a community? First of all, what are you an elder of? I've never heard it.
I'm an elder of my
You're
family.
An elder. You know what? I believe and I respect that. The reason why I believe and respect that, because that's what my dad is, the elder of his family. We're at a point now where we're too far apart. We're not in a community anymore. It ain't what y'all grew up to.
No doubt.
There's no village. Whatever the whole village, it takes a village. There was no village for me. It was my father.
Right.
And he's earned every single cent of respect that is in my being.
And how do we get
every ounce, whatever that man deserves every single thing, and he earned it.
Right.
But you know who didn't? Some random dude on YouTube.
Facts.
You get the courtesy of me listening to you. You get the courtesy of me not saying nothing crazy to you in front of you unless you want to go there. You get the courtesy of me sitting here wanting to understand you better. That's a courtesy. Because if you know as a man, you don't get that courtesy from society or the world at large. So the fact that I'm even trying to understand you is a courtesy that most people, you don't even get on a regular basis. Not a respect.
You know,
the difference to me. Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, you know what the difference with that is, right? Is that, you know, even me when I'm talking to younger dudes, right? And again, it's real easy for me to feel like, man, you don't know what the hell you got so much life to live, dog. Like just I'm trying to tell you, but all right, go ahead. But even in those conversations, I still feel like I can learn something from them. Because fact is, the world is not the same as it was when me 15 years ago when I'm in high school. You know what I'm saying? So 15 years is a lot of time, especially in this era where the world is moving in dog years for real in terms of information and different things like that. It's moving at a different kind of speed. So when I'm going into those conversations with the young dudes, yes, I do feel a sense of superiority, but at the end of the day, I still feel like I can learn something from them. And to answer a real question earlier, in terms of what I feel like is a disconnect between a lot of the older dudes and us, is that a lot of the older dudes from generations before us don't feel like they can learn nothing from us. They feel like my way is the way. And as a matter of fact, not only can I not learn something from y'all, but y'all need to start moving like we was moving. I'm gonna pull y'all back into my era more so than saying, okay, I know my era didn't have no social media. I know my era information didn't move at the speed it moves today, but y'all need to start living y'all lives the way I lived 30 years ago, 40 years ago. That's not realistic. So us as young dudes living in this era and we hearing you say that, and I'm like, I mean, OG, I understand what you're saying, but this ain't then. This is not 1989. This is not 1975. This is a different time we in right now. And you giving me that outdated advice, and again, me being a respectful guy, just like Chiki is. I'm gonna listen to you, and I'm gonna take the little pieces that I can take from it. But it all starts with respect. It all starts with the conversation being respectful. Both of us coming into it with open minds and different things like that. And I feel like a lot of the older dudes don't come into it feeling like they can learn anything from us. They come in it trying to dictate. And a lot of us feel like we done, again, this is a totally different era. I'm not letting you dictate how I move, and you have no experience being my age in this era. So I think that's what the disconnect is. It got to be open minds on both ends, not just us soaking up whatever you tell us. And then, you know what I'm saying? If we don't, then you talking condescending.
Then we don't get a problem.
Yeah. What's crazy to me is, I mean, I just hinge back on being an educator. I apologize for that. But just in my classroom, I would listen to what students were saying to be able to communicate with them better. I still remember this one time I was trying to teach this particular concept of math, and I was teaching it one way, and my students wasn't understanding it, right? And then this other student came up, and she was like, well, can I do it like this? I mean, because this seems to make sense to me. And I said, well, okay, well, if you can show it to me and it makes sense to the class, then we'll teach it that way. She showed it to me, and it worked every time. And I was like, okay, well, class, did y'all understand that? They was like, yes. I said, so this is how we're going to learn it. Right? So it's like, how is it that that as a person that is an elder, that's considered an elder, or he or she's supposed to be a mentor, the way that you mentor is that you learn how that person learns, and then you communicate to them in which how they learn.
Yeah.
As opposed to saying, you better do this how I did it. Man, there's no way to be able to because everybody learns differently. So how can you say that the way that you do it is going to work for me? You may have a framework that may work, but however, my personality is different from yours. How I learn is different from yours. And so I'm going to have to put my spin on it. And then the other point of, how is it that you can ask for you demand respect but not give it? That doesn't. I don't understand that. I mean, maybe it's because I was raised. You know what I'm saying? My mom, always told me, you give respect and then it's lost. And so that's the keynote that I stay on. And so to the elders, speaking as, I don't think I'm an elder. I'm 43, but I guess I would be, right?
To me,
huh?
That's cool. You would be to me.
That's fine.
I'm 25.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't necessarily consider age being an elder. I would think about it as wisdom, because my accountability.
I do.
You feel me? Because my accountability partner, he's 32. You know what I'm saying? And like he gonna hold me accountable for whatever it is I say and what I do. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's age. And so it's, you know what I'm saying? So it's important for us to understand what Ricky was saying. I think before was like, off top, we should communicate from a position of respect. And then once that mouth comes open, then you drop. Like it's easier to drop than it is to kind of go back up. Like if you say common courtesy, which is fine, but it's gonna be hard to get to that respect level. That's just in my mind. I'm not saying y'all wrong, but that's just how I'm seeing it.
Okay, so here's something, right? My father was very clear that I could express myself as long as it was respectful. He didn't diminish the fact that I had a brain and I was intelligent and I had my own thoughts. He didn't just disregard that. And I understand coming to conversations of good faith, and I don't want my passion for this topic to be misconstrued, because we had this conversation before when it was me and Jedi, and my tone was a little different because I had not experienced the internet and the dudes who be on the internet who want to call themselves elders. That I was real life in where I was at. This is I'm new to YouTube. So in real life, I don't, I didn't really meet these people that claim to be like elders online. But now that I've heard enough within my short little time on YouTube, and I have built up enough discernment to know when I see something foolish not to follow it, thanks to the tutelage and leadership of my father, there's no way I'm going to call every single person who's older than me an elder. It's just not happening.
Don't expect you to.
Right. And we've already been we've already been through this, so I don't want to beat a dead horse. But what I will say is this: there is a difference between a domineering spirit and a teaching spirit. Right. And even when it comes to church or any gathering, any organization, the elders even have to go through a vetting process. You know what? When my dad was an elder in the church, they asked, "What is your relationship with your son like? What is your children like?" They cared about what your children are, what your wife is, what your daughter is, because that's a reflection of you and your leadership in your household. So if they have some form of vetting process to make sure that you're an eligible elder and you're adequate enough for the position to be considered elder, why should not? And why should you be offended that I have these vetting tools that you would, as an elder, should encourage me to have? I understand that that everything works on an algorithm and everything is about numbers, but in real life, because I live in real life, I don't care about none of that. Because at the end of the day, I may be a young man, right? And I'm willing to concede the fact that I'm a young man and maybe not a grown man. I'm fine. I'm cool with that. But I'm still a man, right? And as long as there's some form of respect to that and respect to what I have to say, you will have the respect or courtesy given to you. It's very simple.
You know what I noticed?
That's all, man. That's
You know
all,
what I
man. I mean, and it's all love to the older folks and the elders, right? Let's do not get my tone or my passion or energy confused. I have love and respect for men in general because I am understanding this. I'm going through the life of a young man, and I know others have been through it too. So nothing's different or special about me. But that's all I'm saying, man. Just, you know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all I got.
You know what I noticed, man, is that I think like these conversations are hard to have with certain quote unquote older people in the community is because they too busy competing with us when they should be teaching us. And that's why it was very interesting when he said that. It's the difference between the domineering spirit and the teaching spirit. That's real rap. But OG is supposed to be trying to put you on game. Or OG don't feel like we in competition, right? But a lot of the older people on this thing, they trying to build their platforms. So I'm trying to go. I'm trying to have a viral moment right with you if I can, just to get my numbers up. Or do what I'm saying, because you're trying to compete. But a real OG don't feel the need to compete with nobody. I'm 32. I'm not competing with no 18-year-old on the internet. Oh, okay. I'm gonna give you the game, and you could take it, you could leave it, whatever the case may be. But we're not gonna argue back and forth like it's like, you know what I'm saying? I care that much about winning. It's like, no, okay, you don't understand it, cool, bro. Salute. But just remember when you run into the issues that I told you about, remember who told you. But go ahead, do you. But it's a teaching attitude. It's not a competing attitude. And a lot of older men in this generation are too busy competing with us to teach us. That's what I've noticed.
Hey, Humble Dad, you had mentioned, like Trill just said, okay, but when you run into it, you're gonna look back and I'm gonna just give you my famous "I told you so" speech. That's real. And then you had mentioned, how can you said, I don't feel like I'm an elder yet, but how can some guys just come and say, what was that last point that you had mentioned?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I said that how can you want respect but then not give it?
No, it wasn't. It was something else that you said. I'll watch it on the replay. But to some point, for the replay, for those that watch the replay or watch the show, jump back to right when Humble Dad had finished his last statement. You had said something to the point of how can an older person expect to teach somebody something. And the first thing that popped in my mind was experience. Or how can you say something? Anyways, one thing about being older is that Okay, so like for my High Value Sham podcast, my outro is hi, thank you for being here. I'm Shan, the man with the plan. I've been there, done that, and not much surprises me anymore. Right. Please subscribe and I'll see you soon. But the thing is, I've been there, done that, and not much surprises me anymore. I'm only able to say that because I'm 49 years old and I've been there and I've done that, and not much surprises me anymore. The things that don't surprise me now surprised the shit out of me 10 years ago, surprised the hell out of me 20 years ago. And so a lot of times when elders, which I consider myself, is trying to explain something to somebody, it's because, well, I've seen it not work that way far more often than I've seen it work that way. So while that's cool, I appreciate the fact that you're listening to the students and then you took the time to say, wow, that works better than the way I thought. That's you just being an amazing teacher, right? But sometimes older folk can come in and say, listen, this is what I would suggest you do. Well, you know, it doesn't work for, I think that's what it was. That's what you were saying. You were saying, well, that doesn't work for everybody. Everybody's going to be different. Yeah, I understand.
Everybody learns differently.
Everybody learns different. That's what you're saying. You're saying everybody learns differently. But when from an elder point of view, while everybody does learn differently, generally speaking, when somebody older is giving somebody game on something, it's because I've been there and done that. And I've saw that not work for far too many people than it actually worked for. Or I saw that work for way more many people than it didn't work. So this is why I'm telling you this. It might not work for you, even though 80% of the people, it was great. 20% didn't. I don't know where you're going to be, particularly, especially if I don't know you. But this is what works for 80% of us. Or this is what doesn't work for 80% of us. And I'm giving you that game. It's up to you to decide which path you go on. But we give the information because we've been there and we've done that, and not much surprises us anymore. And we just want to give you the information so you can make a sound decision for yourself. And generally when it's our family, we want to kind of push you to the way that we think is best for you because we kind of know your personality. So
yeah, I'm with you.
I wanted to put that part.
I don't disagree with that. It's a matter of the tone. Like if I would have told my student, I already know how to teach this. I mean, why don't you just go sit down and listen to what I'm saying?
You don't know what you're talking about.
They already know, and I tell every student that comes in my classroom, I'm the #1 math teacher in the world. You know what I'm saying? So welcome to my class, right? But at the same time, I let them know that they have a freedom to ask me a question, and if they see a better way or a different way, then let's show that to the class. And if the class don't understand, but it worked for you, you better make sure you get all those problems right doing the way that you want to get it done. You know what I'm saying? Because I know my way works, but I'm okay if you do something different. It's the undertone in which it is given. So I'm with you. Like you're supposed to give game, but you're supposed to give it in a way that the student is going to listen to you, not in the way that you want it to be heard.
I just believe that you can learn something from everybody. That's just what I believe. I've been through too much in my life. I done had, you know, the out of the mouths of babies. The babies that teach you how to love somebody quicker than any guru can. You know what I mean? I just feel and for us to get past that, I gotta I can't keep holding on to what happened before. I can't do that. Right? I honestly feel that's a big part of what's wrong with our community, bro, is that we don't want to forgive for the mistakes that was made by people in the past. And we keep dragging that past to our present. Right. But hey, I want to address something Trill said. It's about should nobody be competing with no young man. My time is up. You know what I'm saying? I had my time. I had them days of running the streets, bro. That's why I can tell you, hey, this is what it looked like. But that's all I'm saying, in my opinion. I ain't trying to tell you to go do that. That you your own man. You're free to choose whichever way you want to go. This is your path, and can't nobody walk it for you. Right. But when we looking at people, like I said, if we looking at people off bat with, you know, disrespect until they prove us otherwise, you could be losing out on the most important lessons of your life, is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, that's going to bring us to a close, man. This has been a great conversation. I definitely appreciate
everything that's been going on tonight. I think it was a very respectful conversation, a lot of game, a lot of value, and most importantly, we just had the conversation. Different perspectives is good. It's good because what that allows us to do is when we leave here, we can think and sleep on it. We may adjust and make some changes. Who knows? Who knows what would have come from this? But I just know that it was great having different perspectives. If you guys enjoyed the video, make sure you guys hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Don't forget we are live in Houston, April 23rd. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. But if you catch it on the replay, it's in the description. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley. That link is also in the description. Get 30% off along with your free gift. And the only way you're able to get it is with that link. There's a discount for the hotel. So if you are interested in coming and you're looking for that discount, click that link that is attached with the event. Till next time, catch us out. Gentlemen, I appreciate you guys. It's a wrap for this episode of King Talk. It's the wrong one.
Why?
It's too early.
4 hours. Jeez.
Oh, that ain't long. That's light work.
Man, wait till tomorrow. He got me up working twice as hard. Crazy.
Appreciate y'all. Make sure I hit that like button. Hit that like button on the way out. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. JB Broken Dusty Show tomorrow, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
Make sure y'all hit that like button. Hit that like button, y'all. JB Broken Dusty tomorrow, y'all. 8 o'clock Central Time. Let me drop that link for you guys one more time. Click that link. Set that reminder. JB Broken Dusty.